right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I'm your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Big shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back to watch this, even though you missed the live party, guys. That is the best part, so make sure you're here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. It is Saturday, and we are live, so hit that subscribe, ring the bell, and you will never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. If you'd like to support the channel, head on over to TheIndianJesus.com. We just did a new merch drop with all this good stuff only at TheIndianJesus.com. We also, guys, have an Discord server that is absolutely free to join 24/7. We are in there hanging out, having a good time. We actually just started a contest going on last night. Like I said, it's absolutely free to join. A link in the description. I'll put one in the chat as well. It's a great time, really. But not only that, if you join as a member of this channel, if you scroll right below the video here and hit that join button, there's a couple different levels here, but it starts at $2.99 a month, and that gets you not only members-only live streams here on YouTube, but it gives you full access to the Discord server, including the After Party channel. So every Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream, and since I wasn't able to be here yesterday, we're going to do it tonight. We have an After Party where as soon as the stream is done, we don't have to worry about any of the YouTube censors or anything like that. You are not stuck behind your keyboard. You're actually on screen with me and everybody else. It is a good time. So come and join us. Shout out to King Nirvana coming in early. What is good? What is good? Knows about the pre-nub. And hey, yep. Well, hey, you got to sign up to find out. All right. So King has been asking about this specifically. Last week, excuse me, what's her name? Candace Owens had Dave Smith on her show, and I am a big fan of both of them, and I'm very glad to be able to be covering. So nothing much else to say about it. Let's dive right in. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Just jump right into this because I'm so excited to have you back. I guess not really back. This is the first time it's just Candace.
That's true. Yeah, the last time I did your show, it had a feeling like the next time I do this show, it's going to be in a different place.
You know, PBD accurately predicted that as well, but he told me that that was his favorite thing to watch was the conversation between me and you. And
oh yeah,
because we both were just like, you're a massive talent, and it's obvious that you're on your rocket ship, as they say, where people are realizing like, wait, who is this guy? He's just supposed to be a comedian, but he actually knows so much about politics.
I promise it's more of a comment on the rest of society than it is on me. I should be just a comedian. But
about me,
I mean, when you're right, you're right. There's too many of us who are just like, wait, we're just like normal people. Why are we good at this? There should be people who are better at doing this than me and Dave Smith. And then I'm on the same level as Dave Smith. But there's definitely better people to be in this seat. But here we are. Here we are.
Too, where I'm like, I think all I said was like, Black people don't have to be Democrats, and then things exploded, and I don't really know why, because it wasn't that genius.
Well, there's something about it, like, too, that your first, I think, take that really launched into this chapter of your career was just like, I sure do feel bad about all these dead Palestinian babies, and you know, and then everybody's like, what do you hate Jewish people? And you're like, okay, that's it's Tucker Carlson. By the way, I should say Patrick Bet-David is great. I love that guy, and his whole operation is incredible. But you ever hear the thing Tucker Carlson said? I really liked it, where he said, you know, if a wound is infected because you touch it and you recoil. And there's like something about that in life in general where you like find these infections. It's almost like when you just say something really simple and then everyone's like, oh, it's like, wait, if that's controversial, there's something sinister going on here.
That's the number one thing that keeps me going as somebody who is going to be in the right of center space as an atheist. To just, there's something here. People do not like it, and there's a reason for it because I'm right.
And it's almost like that's like you're like, wait, if you're telling me I feel bad about seeing a dead baby and that's offensive, then I need to read a lot more about what's going on here because something evil is happening.
That's me. I'm just so curious when I see, and I think another colloquial way to say it is they say it's a hit dog that hollers.
Right.
Perfect example of that was when I tweeted genocide is always wrong, and Dave Rubin just spazzed. And I just was like, what is happening right now? Why are you freaking out? Completely had it wrong. I wasn't even talking about Israel in that tweet. I was talking about Brian Mast, something that he said in Congress. But the way people responded, the fact that it got like 40,000 retweets, and I'm going, this used to be a totally acceptable thing to say that everyone agreed on, that we shouldn't be aspiring to genocide. And suddenly it's like this hot topic.
Yep, and exactly as we were just saying, that like they're doing a little bit of projection, and when they're saying, "Oh, you have a racist position on this," but it's like, wait, I think you're the one that's the racist or bigot or whatever they're trying to say. Shout out to our boy Nicholas Luchetti in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. And yes, there are the links not only for the free Discord server, but if you want to join the channel as a member and get full access, I just pinned that link as well. Thank you so much, sir, and welcome to the party.
And people were covering me all the time. And from that moment on, I was just on the hit list. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The hit list, where you've said a thing, we don't accept the thing. So now we're just going to, I guess, try to psychologically wear you down by writing hit pieces of things that you didn't say to try to convince general public that you're the crazy one and we're not just psychopaths that believe in genocide.
Yeah, and you can see when they put someone in their crosshairs, you can see that it's like, oh, this is the person we're going after, because they said something like, okay, yes, what they said could be misconstrued as this, that, and the other. But why are you going after this person, the same person that we were talking about yesterday, the same person you're going to be talking about tomorrow? It's not just because, oh, well, this is just something that happened, I'm just reporting what's going on. Nope, you've got an agenda.
Yeah. Yeah, being against genocide shouldn't be too controversial.
But it is today. And you are I think, obviously, you are right at the heart of it, because you're like me during BLM. I was Black, saying common sense, like, hey, I know like that there's white people here, but they were never slave owners, and we can't just take all their money and take their jobs and tell them to literally, at one point, they were getting on their hands and knees and cleaning Black people's shoes at the height of BLM. People should go back. And I was against that. And I said, this is kind of crazy. You're now the Jewish person who's saying common sense, like, hey, this is kind of crazy. Like, America shouldn't be pledging allegiance to everything that Israel wants to do. And I think that's what's landed you in some hot water.
Well, I think, and there's a lot of parallels there, you know, not everything, there's differences in the situation, but I think one of the parallels is also that it's like, as you were saying with the Black Lives Matter stuff, that also like, hey, this isn't good for us. Like, it's not even just like, first and foremost, it's not right. But even additionally to that, like, this isn't helping Black people any. Some white dude doing some performance ritual of like cleaning your shoes or whatever. This doesn't actually do anything for Black people. This isn't elevating us to like the next level. This isn't like getting the Black people who are struggling in America out of poverty or something like that.
Nope. I'm trying to find a video of that. I don't know exactly what to search. Media. Let's see. Come on, give me some, because I've seen it around. Are we not doing internet anymore? I've seen it around. But let's try YouTube. Okay. White people cleaning black people's shoes. Oh, Severance got it. Hold up. Please let that be Severance season 2. All right, bet. Season 2 is coming. We got it here. Is this it? Oh yeah. Let's get a short one.
ATROCITIES family.
Oh, it's a radio thing?
Video of Chick-fil-A CEO Dan Cathy.
No.
Basically saying.
Okay.
So I invite folks to put some words to action here. And if we need to find somebody that needs to have their shoe shine, we need to just go right on over and shine their shoes. And whether they got tennis shoes on or not, maybe they got sandals on, it really doesn't matter. But there's a time in which we need to have, you know, some personal action here. Maybe
is there though? Is there though? I don't think this is ever necessary for anyone. And as Dave was just saying, who is this helping? Who is that guy's life going to be? Is his mortgage going to be cheaper? Is racism going to disappear because you performatively brushed his shoes? Like, come on, what are you doing?
Cleaning your shoes or whatever. This doesn't actually do anything for Black people. This isn't elevating us to like the next level. This isn't like getting the Black people who are struggling in America out of poverty or something like that. None of this helps. And in fact, all you're doing really is kind of getting like privileged Black people who were already going to be fine a nicer house.
Right.
This is nothing. And I kind of do feel the same way. Like, first and foremost, I think what Israel's doing to the Palestinians is wrong. Even actually, first and foremost, I think it's my country should not be involved in it because it's hurting my country. But on top of that, after that, I guess, I also don't think this is good for Jewish people. I don't think this is good for Israel. And then more broadly for Jewish people, I think this is creating a whole lot of resentment against them. It's actually
This is exactly what we talk about with the racism stuff. That when you focus so much on black white oppression issues, then you get people who are white who are not engaged in that behavior and don't see the world that way. And it's like, well, hey, what about me? And then you stoke race relations. King said Severance is awesome. Yes, Severance is amazing. You should look into the series From. It's like Lost. But it's really good, dark and twisted. It's up your alley. See, the thing that I've heard. Quick aside, as as King allows me to dive into my pop culture side. The first time I watched Lost, I fell off because I was like, yo, they just keep bringing new stuff and they're not answering anything, and so I just fell off. And it wasn't until like last year that I eventually went back and and watched some videos on how, because everybody thought that the ending meant that they were they were dead the whole time, and that's not what it meant, and they actually did answer everything and whatever. So I actually did go back and watch it. It did answer the questions, but I've heard similar but worse things about From, in the sense that they do the same thing where they keep adding more and more and more and more and more and more without having any resolution. And so if it's going to be like Lost, I would rather it finish up and then I can just watch the whole thing. Because I don't think that I would have been a fan of Lost if I'd been keeping up with it. The only thing is that maybe because of the theorizing of other fans in between, that might have kept me interested. But with that point with From, I don't know. They're on what, season 3 now? So I don't know. We'll see. But Severance is the one. What the hell is it? Fix that. We're gonna fix that.
And then more broadly for Jewish people, I think this is creating a whole lot of resentment against them. It's actually like this kind of sick self-fulfilling prophecy where you are creating the conditions where actually something really bad could happen. And I don't want to see that. So,
and that's what I was saying to black people. I was just like, if you think that because the people are pretending to like you because they're fearful of losing their jobs, that means they really like you. Like, that's not what you want. You want
stupid. Yeah. Except if I've been a racist a-hole my whole life, I don't think cleaning a black guy's shoes would cancel out the being a racist a-hole. The only change would be the guy's shoes being clean. Am I right? I mean, again, if we're going to be charitable, the idea that behind that is that you are finally taking accountability for all of that racism in the past and using that as a signal not to be racist in the future. But the way that they frame racism, that's not a possibility. That you inherently by being white, you are racist. Just like in Christianity, you are inherently a bad person because of Adam and Eve. Like, it all make no sense.
People just like you, right? Because you're going, this is a good person, and I think that I want to work with this person because they're hardworking, because they're intelligent. When they know that basically they got thugged into this, what do you think is going on behind closed doors? What do you think they're actually saying about you behind closed doors? I don't want people to look at me and think that everywhere that I am, it's simply because BLM went crazy following George Floyd, and they're just terrified to lose their jobs. And so they're just sort of subjecting themselves to this harassment, because at a certain point, BLM just became a full throttle harassment of white people in every single regard. And it is interesting because I recognized that the people that were responding initially to the George Floyd thing were doing so out of what I describe as a childhood trigger. I think a lot of the things that we've been conditioned and a lot of our responses are due to childhood traumas that are happening in the classroom. So like, they've got us public school system, Jimmy Carter kind of signed in the Department of Education into law. I think it was in 1970. And at that very moment, they were like, okay, now we can propagandize these kids, and they'll have triggers. They don't even realize they're triggers when they become adults. And so for Black people, we are learning without us even realizing it, that slavery, racism is like the worst evil that could possibly exist. Think about, you go through this emotional conditioning. This could happen any day. So it becomes very easy when people who want to achieve power to just go, hey, Black America, like Trump's about to get elected. You're going to be back in chains. And Black Americans believe that. Like, it's such a ridiculous thing, a ridiculous notion that in 2020, had Trump have been elected, or 2016, had he been elected, we would go back in chains. But the majority of Black Americans legitimately believe this because the media was insisting on it. And then we had this childhood trauma.
Despite the fact that he was already in office.
Jewish Americans, it's the Holocaust, right? It's like we spend a lot of time studying the Holocaust, and it's actually a trigger for all Americans, myself included. And I saw this happening where instantly, whatever happened in Israel, the first thing that was being correlated was the Holocaust.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, when I was when I debated Dennis Prager for that Zero Hedge debate, there was one.
That was like the one thing from Dave that I never actually that I never actually looked. I saw some clips, but by that time I was so over the Israel Palestine thing. I don't know if you guys saw it. But,
when I debated Dennis Prager for that Zero Hedge debate, there was one point where he was, and I don't know if you could capture this on video, but I was only like a few feet away from him. But there was one point where he was talking about Jew hatred and how it's a different virus than everything else, and it lies. And he was like, his eyes were getting watery, like he was like getting emotional, like he believed it. You know what I mean? And there was,
yeah, I was gonna give him the old. Is it that different? No, I don't think it is. Does that mean that it's not bad in any way? No, but bigotry based on your ancestry or your skin color is bigotry based on your ancestry or your skin color.
it's almost like a moment. I almost wanted to like put my arm around him and be like, "Hey, man, like." None of this is real, dude. So like, it's okay. You don't have to be scared. Like, there's not about to be another Holocaust. That's just not. And there is like this deep-rooted trauma that like gets passed on through generations, where it's like this real belief that this could happen at any moment. And I just don't. I was somebody on Twitter told me recently the other day that they said they go 20% of Americans want to see Jewish people exterminated, and they go they'll never say that, but
20%. Did I mishear that?
Recently the other day that they said they go 20% of Americans want to see Jewish people exterminated.
Okay.
And they go they'll never say that. But about 20%, which first off kind of begs the question of like, well, how did you scientifically arrive at this number of 20? Like, if they won't say.
Okay. Maybe I guess like I was telling King, as I was setting up the stream, I did have this, speaking through, make sure. Again, I want to have as much of a fresh reaction to this stuff and watch this stuff with you guys, but I also don't want to, come in completely blind and then be like, oh, this sucks. Sorry, guys. But I guess I did take that joke from him. Not joke, but that, well, how did you even know? Right.
Kind of begs the question of like, well, how did you scientifically arrive at this number of 20? Like, if they won't say that, how do you just know? But also just that's totally not true. Like, even amongst like people who do hate Jews, like even like think of like whatever it is, whoever the person on Twitter who you're like, that guy really does hate Jews. Even amongst his following, it's not 20% who actually want to see Jews exterminated. It's just not.
That's a good point. Even if somebody's going to explicitly say, I want that, I'm not going to say it, but if they explicitly say that, not only do they think it, but they believe it so much that they are going to tweet that out and have that connected to them on the internet forever. Is it even reasonable to believe that 20% of their followers, 20% is a large number? Well, I mean, I guess it depends on. So I guess it would be I don't know. That is I get what the point that he's making, but I don't know. You can find some pretty strong echo chambers there. Next, it seems like racism is something that is leading behavior. That is a leading behavior. What? That is a leading behavioral. Usually for families and friends. Do you think that someone can later in life realize they were wrong and change their behavior? Yeah, I think that goes for anything. I think I was once somebody who believed in God, and now I'm not. People can definitely change. People don't typically do it, but people definitely can.
His following. It's not 20% who actually want to see Jews exterminated. It's just not true. 20% of the broader American people. But imagine if you're living in a world in your mind where you think 20% of our society wants to see you and your kids and your grandma all murdered. I mean, you're going to make different calculations than if you're dealing with real life.
And then that's also being reinforced by the media. So it's like, if you have that trauma coming up and then you're going, oh my gosh, could this be? And then the media is like, yes, you are going to be in chains. That little feeling you had is completely valid. And this is what happened. The MAGA people want to bring back the slave boats, and they want you to be picking cotton again in the South. People, it's absurd. It's an absurd notion, but people believe it because they are naturally emotional because of their high childhood education. And then when you couple that with the media, that's why I think the most important thing for people to learn about is the fact that you had people like Edward Bernays who were seeing how you could experiment, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, how you could experiment and how psychology could become this tool to modify human behavior, that you could get people to quite literally not believe their own eyes. Like if you say something enough, they will become irrational. Like,
oh yeah, shout out to TV Viewerski. Welcome to the party. Said yeah, every fifth person you see wants to end you. Crazy. Yeah, I know. Like you would know. I feel like you would know. Next, I would like to believe it is possible for people to change. I just wonder what you all think. So, learned behavior. Okay, so it seems like racism is something that is a learned behavior, usually for family and friends. No, I would. Yes and no. Yes and no, in the sense that racism is just a later version of tribalism. And tribalism was not. Tribalism is not a. That's an instinctual thing that we instinctually want to keep to our tribe, and if you're different, stay away. That's that's what our brains were created to do. We've just been able to advance society more quickly than we've been able to advance the literal stuffs of our brain. So I don't think that it is necessarily a learned behavior. It absolutely can be, but I think it's just a matter of the perspective of your tribe. And so if you see that tribe as so yeah, the tribalism itself. So okay, maybe I do agree with you, because the tribalism itself is instinctual. But applying that tribalism to a race, I think you're actually, yeah, I'm going to take that back. I think you're right that placing that tribalism on race is a learned behavior. Yeah. And again, not all the time, but yeah, I think that's a very, very possible thing, that we already have the capacity and the tendency to be tribalistic, but that can be tribalistic to Americans. That could be tribalistic to people in general. That could be tribalistic to my neighborhood. That could, and it doesn't have to be on the grounds of race, but we all have that in us. And then if that is applied in your family and friends to race, then I think you're right, Nick, that it can be a learned behavior. And then, yeah, I definitely believe people can change. It's just a matter of contextualizing the way that you think. And it comes from being reflective. And so if you just think things that you think and you go throughout your life without thinking about why you think the things that you think, then you're probably not going to change as easily as somebody who's a little bit more contemplative and a little bit more reflective. So good point. Yeah, Nick is on to something. Could be a way to end the cycle. Yeah, I mean, we definitely want to move forward with this. This meaning race relations. We obviously don't want to live in a racist society. Not saying we do live in a racist society, just saying we don't want to. And just because people are improperly calling an aspect of society racist, and it's not, doesn't mean that racism doesn't exist. I think that all makes sense and somehow is relevant.
Not believe their own eyes. Like if you say something enough, they will become irrational. Like
J.D. Vance is weird. Trump is weird. The Republicans are weird. MAGA's weird.
They will say, even though I'm objectively looking at Candace Owens, I need to believe now that she is an internalized hating Black person bigot and that she's not really Black, rather than to think that maybe she just doesn't agree with what BLM is doing.
Well, that's why Bernays is such a fascinating figure, because it's like that the connection between like marketing and propaganda and how it all works on our subconscious and our kind of irrational brains. But like if you just think about the fact that, when they'll say like like what it costs to have a billboard in Times Square, or so, like some huge Coca-Cola billboard, and they'll be like, that's $300 million to have that all year long.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on which one, but never forget that Timcast had the billboard that Taylor Lorenz doxed libs of TikTok.
Crazy is that's worth it to Coca-Cola. Like it's worth it to pay whatever the number is. You know what I mean? Like insane amounts of money just to have a.
That's I'm interested in this real quick. Let's see. How How much does Coca-Cola pay for what the fuck do they call it? Times Square. Times Square billboard advertise. Is it with a Z? I don't know. Per year. Everybody guess. Everybody guess. Put a number in the chat. What do you think? And we will say, so I'll say, give me a guess. Just give me a guess. I'm going to go back to this. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to give it 5 minutes. I'm going to give you a guess. Give you time to guess. How much does Coca-Cola spend in 1 year on billboards in Times Square? King said $2 billion. That's the guess to beat. So let's see. Closest to without going over. Closest without going over, and you can guess more than once.
Like, it's worth it to pay whatever the number is, you know what I mean? Like, insane amounts of money just to have a huge Coca-Cola billboard at the top of Times Square, because in all of our, you know, monkey brains, that goes like legitimacy. I mean, look, they're up there in these big lights, and that's worth it to them to pay. And so you just notice this in general with like what you were talking about with people who come up in public schools and the way they're propagandized. It's like they're taught to, you know, like when they accuse people of dog whistles, like they're taught to hear dog whistles, that person is not even whistling.
Yup. Oh my God. The dog, I mean, props to whoever popularized this notion of dog whistling, because that is some propaganda that you cannot beat. All right, so King started at 2 billion, and he was like, let me fall back and said 80.5 million. Okay. Nick went out there and said $200 billion. I probably, without having seen the answer, would have been like, I don't know about that. But yeah, King landed at 80.5, and TV Viewerski said $50 million. And the answer is Coca-Cola's iconic billboard in Times Square is not just an advertisement, but a landmark with long history, but it pays around $1 million to $4 million a year for their Times Square billboard. It depends on the type of display, size, length, and all of that stuff. But I mean, Dave's right. You know, he was thinking, what did he say? Like mad money. But for $3 million to get the perspective of what he was talking about, like, oh wow, they're the big people, they're up there. Yeah, I mean, good point. And I should have guessed myself, but I would have guessed. I probably would have guessed somewhere in the 10 to 20 million. But yeah, cheap is right. But shout out to TV Viewerski. Oh no, I said closest without going over. Everybody went over, so nobody wins. Nobody wins. Not even me. Not even me. Nick said I was thinking worldwide. Not. You gotta listen. You gotta listen. TV said, wait, what? They are trying to indoctrinate Morty with the dog whistles? Maybe. Let's see what they got. I do want to, yeah. All right. Well, I was going to say, I wanted to hear what number.
Public school. It was like at the top of the number is, you know, easy as that's worth.
So he's at 300 million. We're talking about 1 to 4 million.
They're taught to, you know, like when they accuse people of dog whistles, like they're taught to hear dog whistles, that person is not even whistling.
Right.
That person might, you know, like make America great again. Well, you know what that means. You know, when America was great, you know what they're saying.
Right.
They're saying enslave you.
Yeah.
Even
and they use this to say to attach ideas and positions to you that you never said. And so, I mean, even to the point, I remember now. I might get myself in a little bit hot water here, but I remember when shout out to Dr. Evil Genius of the Talking Shit podcast, good friend of the channel. When I was doing his MMA show, I was, you know, talking to him a lot more. And when I first, you know, kind of got familiarized with him, I made the cardinal mistake, which is call a black person articulate. I got in big trouble for that. But shout out to him. He was willing to, like, because there was like did he just say that? Now, there's a difference between saying you're an articulate person and someone like Joe Biden saying that Obama is the first clean, articulate black person. But they're saying, oh, so what you mean is articulate for a black person. What? And I'm like, why would you even think that I would even be thinking that way? Because you're trained to take the worst characterization of anything. Now, again, to Dr. Evil Genius's credit, apparently I didn't know, but that is a common thing that is used, like with the Joe Biden thing. So, I mean, fair enough to have a reaction to it. And then, of course, when I explained, like, oh, I didn't know that. I wasn't saying for a black person. I was just saying you are good at saying the things that you want to say, and not a lot of people are. And but these dog whistles, insane. Shout out to Medrano. Welcome to the party. The left indeed is insidious. I use that word a lot because it really is. It's dark. It's dark how far they're willing to obfuscate reality to win, because everything's a game. Everything's a game, and it's not about making people's lives better. It's about winning. Well, I said it about him. I said it about Dr. Evil Genius. I was like, yeah, I mean, I love coming here. We have these conversations. You're a really articulate dude. No. I take that back. I was, I don't know if you would recognize him, but shout out to another good friend of the channel who just happens to be a black dude. It was Darshawn McAway. So he is both of them are really good. And, remember I was deep into the red pill stuff, maybe a year and a half ago or so. And so all of three of us, we're talking about that stuff pretty regularly. And I wasn't good at articulating the things in the red pill that I found useful, and separating that from like the bullshit of just, yelling at OF girls because it's funny. And they have lived lives where, they're tall, dark, and handsome, literally. And so they've had different experiences. And so when it came to these things that I didn't really know how to place, they did. And so I used the word articulate. And apparently that's racist. And I don't buy into that. So sorry, if you're a black person and I like the way you speak, then just like a white person, just like a Chinese person, just like a Jewish person, just like anybody else, I'm going to use the words that I use. If you take that as racism, then I don't know what to tell you. But I like the way you speaketh. Anyway, diving back in here.
Person is not even whistling.
Right.
That person might, like, make America great again. You know what that means. Mm-hmm. When America was great, what they're saying. Right. They're saying enslave you.
Yeah.
You know what he's saying? He's saying for a black person. It's so surprising that a black person would be able to speak English well. Like I don't think like that. I don't think like that. It didn't even occur to me that someone would think like that. Otherwise, why the fuck would I say it? You think if I had a racist thought that I'm not smart enough to not say it? Come on. And again, no shade to either of them. That was just a thing, and we had the conversation. They were gracious about it. I learned a thing about people's sensitivities and whatever. But it's a silly thing. It was deemed a dog whistle. King said, "I don't hate red pill people, but I'm glad I met you where you're at now. You're very articulate." You mean for an Indian guy? Internal racism, of course. Yeah, no, I mean I'm glad that I am a person who has gotten past that, because for those of you who don't know or weren't around during that period, before that I was super blue pilled. Like Disney movies and rom-coms were my guideline on how to deal with women, and being short, no matter how cute I am. Being short, that has a big effect. And so there was a lot of things that I just didn't know, and it was hurting me. And so there was a lot from the red pill that, even though it's a super toxic realm, especially now, back then Kevin Samuels was alive, keeping some air of class and sophistication. But yeah, it's all gone now. Hey, shout out to Indy. Boom, welcome to the party. You're articulate and clean. Oh wow, you mean for an Indian person, of course. Like I'm not actually that clean, and I'm not that actually that articulate. But as far as brown people go,
even though that was never said. Like if I were to go and give a talk at a college campus, which I never will. But let's just say hypothetically, I was invited to go talk to like regular liberal arts college kids. I mean, it's not that they would hear my argument and then say, no, look, we have a counter argument that we disagree with you. We've been taught this or whatever. It's that they'd hear what I say and they'd immediately know in their soul that what I'm
how dare you?
That's what he would mean.
Really trying to say is that I'm a terrible person, I'm a bigot, or you know what I mean? Like they're trained to already dismiss your argument before you can even make your argument.
And this is the, a shout out again to our boy Peter Boghossian, who was live on the channel. Definitely check that out if you have not seen it. But, when we were talking about my ideas of semantic obfuscation and stuff like that, we got into the discussion that we need to be, it's important to differentiate between the people doing the semantic obfuscation, the people actually taking words and purposefully mixing up their meanings and confusing the conversation and muddying the waters, and the people like Dave is talking about right now, who have been trained by those people, and they legitimately think that it's a reasonable argument that, oh, you said the dog whistle, therefore you are a hateful person and I don't need to listen to you or engage with you. They literally think that. And so that's different than semantic obfuscation. That's different than muddying the waters because they actually believe it. That's what we call linguistic creep, to where make America great again legitimately means in their minds that you're bigot, racist, Nazi, whatever you want to say. It worked. The semantic obfuscation worked, and it's led to the linguistic creep. Madrona said, we know who the real racists are. They say, for example, voter ID is racist, under the assumption that black people somehow have a more difficult time acquiring a voting ID. Yeah, and that, like, I always love the Timcast story, where actually, it's not even a Timcast story. I've just heard from him, but he was talking about one of the street interview type videos where somebody's going along asking black people, do you know where the DMV is? And one guy's like, oh yeah, you just take a left on this run and on First and Main Street, whatever. And the guy was so removed from the notion that he wouldn't know how to get there, that the guy just thought he was asking for directions. And so that, again, is exactly what they're talking about with the dog whistling, is that if you get to determine as a rhetorical privilege, if you get to determine what everybody else means, then it doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter what they say, because you can just say, nope, you don't mean that. You mean what I think you mean what I can easily knock down in an argument. Oh, do I? Nah, not playing that game. Is this gonna come up? Oh, boo. Yeah, some of them, the YouTube emojis do come up, and some of them do this. Shout out to Dietrich. Welcome to the party. Say, go back to Jersey where you belong, articulate. Are you calling me articulate or articulate? Or is that my name? Or come on, man. So close. No, just kidding. Welcome to the party. And I am in Jersey. All right. I am in Jersey.
And to already dismiss your argument before you can even make your argument or anything. If you say blacks instead of, African Americans or whatever, they already hear you're a bigot. If you say something like it, whatever the argument might be, you can't even get to that argument because they're already trained to be like, this Pavlovian like trick of like, nope, I already know you're a bad person. That stuff works.
Pavlovian.
It really works. And what's so interesting is that these are Soviet tools. And the reason why they do target the youth is because you're naturally more inclined to emotion when you're younger. Like you think about your high school relationship for most people versus like the person that you marry. Like,
oh God, bro, my high school relationship was such a mess. It was such a mess. I think that's something for another day. But speaking of being a mess with girlfriends, we got Wiltos in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome to the party. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
Actually more inclined to emotion when you're younger. Like you think about your high school relationship for most people versus like the person that you marry. Like when you are young, it is just raw emotion at all times. Everything is that you're perceiving as a reality is a lot of times just your emotion. And so
and that goes a lot further in life than they prepare you for. Like we all know that a toddler thinks that, you know, if they, they don't cry over spilled milk, that the idea that they spilled something is the end of the world and they're freaking out. And we know that that's not a big deal, but to them, it's the end of the world. But that goes a lot farther than we think. Like even once you're deep into your 20s, I mean, depending on who you are, obviously, but for me, at least, deep into my 20s, there was things that I cared about that I thought were so important that, like, you know, the like having the particular people in my life and staying loyal to people who didn't deserve my loyalty. Just the ways that I looked at the world. It was so much driven by emotion. Me wanting to be a good friend. Me wanting to be a good person. Whatever it was. It had good intentions, but it was so emotionally driven that it didn't serve me well. But that's life. That's life. I think when I don't know. I think I'm thinking 35 seems to be, you know, the average time. I'm 34, so I'm not even there yet. I feel like 35 is kind of when you really like, you're like, okay, this is who I am, and you know, the changes that you make are going to be changes that you consciously make. I think once you're 35, you are who you are, unless you actively try to change that. You know, until then, you could be a completely different person. I was 30 before I was 29? I don't know, 29 or 30 before I was in my last relationship that actually got me to understand, oh, I'm missing something here, and that I have to figure out what's going on with the red pill, all that stuff. So, I mean, and it was 2015 when I voted for, or 2016 when I voted for Hillary. So definitely not fully formed before you're 30. King said, when we're young, our passion is very cringe looking back at it. You know, but I mean, on the other hand, I would feel sad if I didn't have cringy emotional experiences as a kid. I'd feel like I missed out if I didn't think that when my high school girlfriend, who was, anorexic and mentally ill and had issues with her family, and the list goes on. When she broke up with me after cheating on me for the third time, and I thought it was the end of the world, like I would have wanted to feel that way in that time, so that now I wouldn't care about that. I'd be like, oh, okay, you're a whore. Bye.
You're perceiving as a reality is a lot of times just your emotion. And so they think carefully about what books they even want you to read at a certain age, because it will leave an indelible mark on you. It will leave an indelible mark on your childhood to read something that's so horrific. And you actually don't even know what the facts are. You just know how you felt when you read something.
Yeah.
And again, that will eventually elicit a response, because everything is political at the end of the day. They're doing that intentionally to train children to believe in certain concepts, to disbelieve certain concepts, and to react to things, even when the concepts are obscure.
Wait, you're still, you're still in high school?
We need you to react. So we're just going to somehow say that this thing that is racist is not, that this thing is anti-Semitic that is actually not. Something that's so rational, which is like, hey, it's obviously not acceptable, which was a weird moment when you were debating Ami, when I was like, would it be acceptable if Bibi Netanyahu killed every last Palestinian to get to Hamas? And he just couldn't instantly say, no, that wouldn't be acceptable. That, like, it's such a wild concept.
And he did get there.
He got there. I think once I kind of like said to him, like, that makes me very uncomfortable.
But you see where he's got to like almost check in his own mind. He's like, wait, would this, what, you know?
Wait, you are 18, right? I don't. This isn't like an 18 plus only show, but I do want to be aware. Like when Rhett's here, I know he's under 18, so I try to be a little. I mean, you hold it up. You hold it up.
Like, what are the implications of me saying this? And then eventually to get, whereas this should just be like a knee jerk. Obviously, that's
Obviously
not
not.
okay.
No,
you know?
like, we're not gonna
Like,
kill
of
every
course it's not
civilian.
okay. But then you almost have to wonder, like, well, what's the implication of that? And of course it is. It's really, I mean, essentially it's a reductio absurdum, right? That you're saying like, okay, well, what if we took this logic all the way to its conclusion? And in the same sense of like, if somebody's like, hey, we should raise the minimum wage to $25 an hour or something, you're like, well, how about $1,000 an hour? Like, should we do that? And then, and it's not that that disproves 25, but at least if someone goes, no, well, that would be a disaster, you go.
And I do have to point out that this is something that Destiny, who is no longer a favorite here, but is still an important person in terms of the ecosystem of what's going on here. You're old enough to drink and you're in high school? How did that happen? What was I saying?
We do that.
Oh yeah. This idea of going to the extreme. So okay, if you believe this, then why not take it to the extreme? And then when you see that, then it highlights that okay, there might be a nugget of truth in the thing that you're trying to accomplish, but that ain't it. That ain't it. Jono said that's why universities were one of the first institutions that the commies targeted. Predatory Marxist college professors love emotionally immature, inexperienced, impressionable kids.
Bingo.
Yep. And even I think it's even more effective than going in the like in the high schools, because there's a mental shift that happens when you are in high school, and it's just like, oh, whatever you're learning, like, yeah, that's with the adults, that's what old people, and it's all about your peers. And not that that's not the case in college, but there's a mental shift that you're like, okay, I'm entering a new stage of my life. I need to rethink things. I need to start caring about different things, and yeah, you're spot on. You are spot on. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Raise the minimum wage to $25 an hour or something, you're like, well, how about $1,000 an hour? Like, should we do that? And then, and it's not that that disproves 25, but at least if someone goes, no, well, that would be a disaster, you go, okay, so you admit that there's a certain point where you'd have to say this would be a disaster. Okay, so now let's talk about, but the problem is that I think a lot of people who are all in on this one side, they recognize that as soon as they concede that, then it's like, oh, we could start walking this back, and I might have to concede that there's a real moral problem with just killing tens of thousands of people. Even if we haven't killed 2 million, it's like, oh, that might be. And so people are very hesitant to want to give you that because they think there might be an implication to their own, which of course there is, you know, which like the.
Speaking of which, I just spent $1,200 on getting my stuff, my goodies, and delivery. Love it. If you know, you know.
If we haven't killed 2 million, it's like, oh, that might be. And so people are very hesitant to want to give you that because they think there might be an implication to their own, which of course there is, you know, which like the implication is basically that like, yeah, killing innocent people is wrong, and you don't want to be on the side of people doing that. But it is
crazy, right? Crazy.
It's kind of laid bare when you could ask someone like, okay, so you're telling me you could kill every last Palestinian and there'd be no moral issue with that? And if you even have to hesitate before you answer that, like you got some problems with your moral foundations.
Yeah, and this is the type of mentality that when I first was if you guys were here in October, I was very open about the fact that I knew nothing. I knew nothing about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and I'm pretty sure it's just at Candace Owens. But do you, homie? Do you? She is married with children, but do you? So yeah, in October, I had some people on who were very pro-Israel who were talking about it, and so I got this mentality of thinking, trying to not obviously understanding that there's complexities, but just in the simplistic way, just be like, okay, Israel's good guys, and Palestine, they're run by Hamas, so they're the bad guys. But as I learned more, I was like, oh, it's not only is it obviously not that simple. It's not even that you can't even try to put that framing on the conflict. And these are both very, in my personal opinion, bad, or the leaders at least, are groups of bad people who don't want to find peace. They want to do harm. And so once I understood that, I'm like, why am I trying to pick between them? Like, fuck them all. Fuck them all. If one of them blows up the rest of them and stops the fighting, they're killing innocent people anyway. I'm not advocating that innocent people die. What I'm advocating is that something needs to be done to stop the fighting. Yeah, TV Viewerski is saying, I don't care either. They both hate me. Let them have each other.
Bingo.
Agreed. Well said, sir. Well said.
That, and if you even have to hesitate before you answer that, like, you got some problems with your moral foundations.
Right. And that is really where I've arrived at, whereas people do have problems with their moral foundations, which is why they have to come up with these words. They have to always come up with these terms to describe people
Semantic obfuscation.
who are quite moral. Like, I don't believe that we are justified in murdering 1 million Iraqi civilians looking for weapons of mass destruction that never existed. By the way, they're losing their creativity. Every time they want to go to war, they're kind of saying the same stuff over and over again. I just saw what's his face in an interview saying, like, well, Iran, they've got nuclear, they
But it works. I mean, maybe we should be blaming the people for eating this bullshit up. At what point? What incentive have we, the people, given them to try a different way to commit war crimes? They just say, hey, we need to commit war crimes. And everybody's like, okay. And that's it. So I mean, I'm certainly not, saying that the government doesn't have their own hand in this. But at what point are we saying that it's the people's responsibility to stand up and say, no, we don't want this. It doesn't matter what they've done. Getting into a nuclear war is not good for anybody. There are other ways to handle things. And if we go through all of those measures, and then we still come to the conclusion, okay, we just gotta nuke them. Well, okay then. We at least tried diplomacy. We got nukes. We do what we gotta do. War ain't pretty. Life ain't pretty. But let's at least try. Can we at least try?
and I just saw what's his face in an interview saying, like, well, Iran, they've got nuclear, they are really close. They got these weapons. I'm like, didn't we already run this with Iraq? And didn't you already
I've
tell
seen
us
this episode.
that we had to do this, like BB speech, like we've got to do this, like to keep the world free? Didn't actually objectively tell me one thing that's gotten better in America since 9/11, 2001, because that's where they always like, this is 12 9/11s, whatever it is. Tell me one thing that got better, safer, or freer in America since we decided that we were going to go to war in the Middle East perpetually. And the answer is nothing. People don't even remember this. And this is what concerns me. And it's why it's so important to teach people real history and not what they're learning in their school, because America is not only a young country, but we're becoming younger in our minds because we're not even learning American history correctly. We're being lied to about American history, McCarthyism, the Spanish Inquisition. Everything that we're learning is actually a lie. But what happens is that when you keep that mindset so young and you don't have a memory, is you have no memory of freedom, right? And this conversation I have with my husband, actually, is something that always stays with me, because I said, China, you got a country, what is it now, 1.7 billion people, a crazy number. I think India may have just passed them. You got so many of these people and the government is so small. I go, why won't they just revolt against the government? And George said to me, because they have no memory of freedom. They think it's just how it's always been. And that's what's going to happen in America. Like, we have kids, and I'm one of them, and don't remember that you used to just be allowed to walk onto the plane.
Yeah.
You didn't have to get strip searched. You didn't have to take your belt off, your shoe. You could just go onto the plane, greet people at the gate. Like, you were
Remember pre 9/11 days at the airport? I've seen just like Moist Critical had a video about there was some oceanic flight that came or went to New Zealand, and on the plane right before they were getting off, the airline handed out little snack packs, and in the snack pack was an apple. And so it was the end of the flight. They had already served food on the flight, so most of the people just put the apple in their bag or whatever. They go through customs, and it's a $200 fine for bringing fruit into the country. And it's like, I don't know. I don't know. It's just, it's so people, the airline travel industry has just gotten so insane that even with my snafu of, I guess it was on my end, but I made the wrong return flight day. But just thinking about how much it would have been the worst day if it was just one more day. Suppose okay, I went to the airport a day early and I, didn't get, with all my meds and everything, I didn't account for that. But okay, I could make that work. That's my mistake, whatever. Let's say I go and I'm already, stretching my meds and stressed out with everything. Then the flight gets delayed or the flight gets canceled. Like, I'm screwed. I'm screwed. And this is all compiled on the fact that after 9/11, they realized that they could push and push and push and push and push. And so there's certain things that they act like it's for safety, and it might be to some extent, but it's all about money. King said, yeah, true. If they got no reason to change the playbook if no one notices. I'm sure they got plenty of backup plans for when people catch on. That is the big question. Do they have a backup? I don't know. It seems like when when plan A doesn't work, they scramble. I think they put all their eggs in that basket because it works so well 99 out of 100 times. But when it doesn't work, we get Trump, right? All right, I'm back in here.
Take your belt off your shoe. You could just go onto the plane, greet people at the gate. Like we were a freer country.
It's like to Gen Z because you ever watch like any of those old rom-coms where they would always run up to the gate of the plane? Like, yeah, you used to be able to do that.
Yeah.
You could just chase your high school sweetheart all the way right up to her flight and then profess your undying love to her. No, look, I mean the country that I grew up in. I was born in 1983, so like I was a little kid in the 80s and then like a kid in the 90s. That country is gone. And it's really sad because it was a much better country in a lot of ways.
And
but
do you feel freer? Because the problem was like, oh, hey, we got to do that because we got to keep bombing the Middle East because you're for your safety and for your freedom. And I'm like, I think by every metric, we're less safe. You're looking at like just crime rates and we're less free.
There was a
not to mention that whenever they do these tests of TSA, like 90% of the stuff that's not supposed to get through gets through. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
A regional expert who testified before Congress in 2002, and he said that he guaranteed, and this is a regional expert, he guaranteed that if we overthrew Saddam Hussein, there would be massive positive reverberations throughout the region. There's Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he's a regional expert. So I'm just waiting. I mean, it's going to happen at some point, but it may take a little more time.
First, they thought it was Iraq, but then he testified also that it was if we did it.
How are they wrong? That's exactly what they're saying. They're saying like just like at the in the end of rom-com movies, you could run all the way up to the gate. That's what they just said. No?
Bert.
Just crime for your ear.
It's really sad. A kid, I grew flight of the plane. Like, yeah, you used to be able to do that.
Yeah.
You could just chase your high school sweetheart all the way right up to her flight and then, profess your undying love to her. No, look, I mean, the country that...
What are they wrong about?
Right.
We think by every metric, we're less safe. You're looking at like just crime rates and we're less free.
There was a regional expert who testified before Congress in 2002, and he said that he guaranteed, and this is a regional expert, he guaranteed that if we overthrew Saddam Hussein, there would be massive positive reverberations throughout the region. There's Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he's a regional expert. So I'm just waiting. I mean, it's going to happen at some point, but it may take a little more time.
First, they thought it was Iraq, but then he testified also that it was if we did it to Syria, then also.
I don't know why you're nitpicking this. I don't know why. Did he say that you didn't have to go through security? He said you could go all the way up to the gate. How is that wrong? He just left out the part about going through security. Yes, you could go through security and go all the way up to the gate. It's implied that if you're at the gate, that you went through security. And if you don't have a ticket and you're at the gate, that implies that you can go through security without the boarding pass. I don't know what you're trying to do here.
First they thought it was Iraq, but then he testified also that it was if we did it to Syria. Then also I think he said Libya.
He mentioned Libya,
and but now we're at Iran. So this time,
well, he did mention Iran in that testimony.
You sure about that? You're sure about that? Pre 9/11, you had to take off your shoes and belt, but your okay. So Candace is indicating that you never used to take off your belt and go through the metal detectors and security, but you did. Yeah, there were. I think you're nitpicking because we were just talking about that. But as a fellow nitpicker, let's dive in. Pre 9/11. Pre 9/11. Did you have to take your belt? How did that happen? Belt off at airport security. Bum, bum, bum. Before the 9/11 attacks, airport security procedures were significantly less stringent than they are today. Passengers generally did not have to remove their belts, shoes, or jackets during security screenings. The focus was more on screening luggage for that stuff than the passengers themselves. We got an early comment of the night. Who you call? Oh, come on. Who are you calling a queen? What's the gum commercial that I'm thinking of? You lint liquor. Who you calling a cootie queen? You lint liquor. What was that? Extra or somebody? Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Nick said, right after my 22nd birthday in 2011, before 9/11, I had stopped with my stepbrother in the Denver airport for several hours, and I felt like ish because 2 days later I passed my first kidney stone. Well, that'll I'll take TSA security over a kidney stone. Thank you very much.
Also, I think he said Libya.
He mentioned Libya,
but now we're at Iran. So this time,
well, he did mention Iran in that testimony. He always wanted us to overthrow Iran, but he's still on that one because we did the other ones for him.
Just this last one.
Yeah.
Whoa. What just happened?
Freer and so much safer, and gas prices are going to be low, and the roads are going to be paved, and we're going to be able to just get onto the plane. Why does it feel like we're just being lied to? And so the question then becomes for me and everyone who's logically thinking through this and realizing that our country is in full decline. Which country is getting better? Because it's not ours because of these never-ending wars that we keep not winning, by the way. That's also a small thing we don't talk about. We're not winning these wars. So
what does winning these wars even mean? What does winning these wars even mean? That's the frustrating part. That we get into these conflicts as if they're, again, going back to what I was thinking about Israel and Palestine. Like, oh, there's a good guy and there's bad guys. So we help the good guy and the bad guy's done and we're good. It's not a Marvel movie. Any film said it says generally, if belt, change, or necklace set off the metal detector, you had to take it off. Okay, whatever you say, pal. Nick said, good call. I don't recommend them. Just take my word for them. You don't want them. Yes, I've heard that it is no fun. I've heard that women have said they'd rather give birth than pass a kidney stone. Yeah, Majana's spot on. These wars aren't fought to be won. They are fought to be fought. And that realization is what changed my perspective by a lot and made me much more isolationist and much more America first. Because I definitely understand why there is the notion to, even though I don't like the whole America world police thing, I get it. But if that's not what we're, if that's not the world we're living in, then I don't want it. I don't want it. Let them fight on their own. Oh, you fucking nitpicker.
That we keep not winning, by the way. That's also a small thing we don't talk about. We're not winning these wars. So what actually is the point of these wars in your view?
Well, I mean, I think, okay, so there's
the military industrial complex. Lots of people make a lot of money from war.
A lot of times there's kind of like there'll be a core group of people who actually do have like a real ideology, but the reason why that ideology gets picked up in DC is because it's very good for business. You know, like in and not just in DC, in academia and throughout like kind of the establishment, there's people like Keynes or John Rawls or someone like that who were pretty dumb. Like, they're not impressive people. Their theories are garbage. I mean, if you like sat down like Keynes and then you like put Thomas Sowell up against him, he'll just like utterly dismantle his arguments. I mean, they're just terrible. Or like someone who's more of like a monetary theorist guy, but like, if you read Hayek versus Keynes, there's no way you could think Keynes was like a better economist. But
yeah, what he said.
What Keynes prescribes is that DC ought to have a whole lot of power. And what Thomas Sowell is prescribing is that they ought to have much less power than they have today. So who do you think?
I'm with Thomas Sowell on that one.
Think's more popular in DC, And so there might be some true believing Keynesians, but that's not necessarily why everyone in DC gets on board with them. So with the war stuff, I mean, these neoconservatives, I think a lot of them do, like, they believe in their dogma.
Oh, yes, they do. Unfortunately, they really, really do believe in their dogma. And in case you think that is a bad thing, then get your own and dogma shirt at TheIndianJesus.com and all these different styles, colors, and all that good stuff. Excuse me. Shout out to Stephanie Miller. Welcome to the party. Very, very, very good to see ya. Said I don't think there was as much security. Yep, there wasn't, but I'm apparently really wrong about that. And Indie Film is very, very passionate about airport security, so I'm gonna let him have this one. I'm gonna let him have it. That's what friends do. And so I do like these early shows as well. I'm like an old man. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that being on the East Coast, if I were to do, like, it's in the middle, obviously today's Saturday, but it's in the middle of the day on the West Coast. And so if I was to do a show like this during the during the week, then most of the people who watch would still be at work. And we already have people who are working at the time, but I don't know. I've been thinking about maybe trying to see if we could move things earlier, just because like all the big shows are at 8 Eastern. But I don't know. That's something a little bit down the road if we get there. But it's on my mind. It's on my mind. 70 said anything with metal had to go in the box in the X-ray thing. Well, that's what we were arguing about, whether or not you had to take off your belt. And according to ChatGPT, you did not have to take off your belt primarily. And all airports, at least now, all airports do things differently. But and of course we like the video. Of course look at that, liking the video. That's what ballers do. But yeah, we were arguing on the belts, and we'll give it to him. Next, I had 3 nurses. Going back to the kidney stone. 3 nurses tell me they would rather give birth to their 3 children in a row than pass another kidney stone. They all had one. They were so amazing to me, and I was grateful to them. Well, dilly to them. Dilly to them. Is there like general practices that you should be doing to prevent having kidney stones? Like, I feel like maybe like salt intake. Is that whoa, what is happening here? I feel like salt intake, maybe. Is that a thing? I don't know. I don't ever want to have one of those. But, all right. Dogma.
Keynesians, but that's not necessarily why everyone in DC gets on board with them. So with the war stuff, I mean, these neoconservatives, I think a lot of them do, like, they believe in their dogma. But the reason why they took over the entire foreign policy establishment is also because, like, well, their recommendations also allow these weapons companies to make a ton of money. They allow politicians to have more power. So there's, there's a lot going on there. But as I'm sure I mean, and this comes off like, it's almost like people are trained to dismiss this as kind of kooky, but it's the reality for any and everybody who knows this stuff knows it. What the neocons are essentially the Likud vanguard in America. And they've all of the, and they write it in their own words. I mean, you can go, I think I mentioned this last time I was on your show, but just for everyone, if they want to read this, go read A Clean Break, A New Strategy for Securing the Realm. And it was written by Richard Pearl and David Wormser to Benjamin Netanyahu in 1996 when he first became prime minister. This was their letter to Benjamin Netanyahu on what the new strategy for Israel are.
Let's see what that is.
A clean break.
A clean break. So a clean break.
A New Strategy for Securing the Realm. And it was written by Richard.
Okay. How many? Okay, so we're not gonna go through this whole thing, but let's see what we got. So a clean break, a new. Get that a little bigger. Beautiful. Clean break, a new strategy for securing the realm. This was 1999. The following is a report presented by the Institute for Advanced Strategic and Political Studies group on a new Israeli strategy towards 2000. All right. Israel has a large problem. Labor Zionism, which for 7 years dominated the Zionist movement. It's generally generated and stalled and shackled economy. Efforts to salvage Israel's socialist institutions, which include pursuing supranational over national sovereignty and pursuing a peace process that embraces the slogan, the New Middle East, undermine the legacy. Here's what are we going to do? Here's what are we going to do? Can you summarize in 1 or 2 paragraphs? What does it say? I'm telling you guys, if you are not using ChatGPT instead of Google on almost everything, then that's some boomer shit. That's some boomer shit. So we got before we read all of this. Kidney stones. All right, so Clean Break, a new strategy for securing the realm, is a policy document prepared in 96 by a group of American neoconservatives led by Richard Pearl for Bibi Netanyahu. Paper advocates a dramatic shift in strategy focusing on abandoning the peace process with the Palestinians and pursuing a more aggressive stance toward neighboring Arab states. The document emphasizes the need for Israel to reassert regional dominance by engaging in preemptive strikes, destabilizing hostile regimes, and fostering alliances with Turkey and Jordan. The paper also suggests Israel should take steps to secure its own economic and political independence by reducing reliance on the United States instead of strengthening its national defense and self-reliance. I like it. It advocates for redefinition in security doctrine, moving away from territorial compromises and towards strategy-based deterrence and military superiority. The document is considered influential in shaping Israeli policy in the years following its publication. There we go. Shout out to ChatGPT. Really? You never heard of ChatGPT? ChatGPT right here. That is so the main AI language bot. And as of right now, so they have the ChatGPT 3, which is not connected to the internet. It has information like like an encyclopedia up until I think 2021 or 2022. But ChatGPT 4, which they have like what we're using, that is they give you a certain number of messages for free that's actually where it's connected to the internet. So like I could ask it something about summarize the video that we're watching, and it would be able to do that because it could look at, like, I could say summarize this video and it would be able to do that because it's connected to the internet. And so it only gives you a certain number of those messages. But for $20 a month, you can just get the full chatbot. So GPT. Chat GPT. We just Google that. It's open AI. You just put your Gmail in, and you're good to go. So if you have not gotten onto ChatGPT, you are falling behind. And I don't know if this is where you want to be falling behind. I'm not paid by ChatGPT, but I would definitely take money from them.
I think I mentioned this last time I was on your show, but just for everyone, if they want to read this, go read A Clean Break, a new strategy for securing the realm.
Nope. So it's free to sign up, and then, like I said, they'll give you a certain number of the certain number of posts from ChatGPT 4, which is connected to the internet, in the free version, and then it'll say like, oh, you've used up your whatever, but then it resets the next day. And then if you buy it, then not only do you get full access to the GPT-4, which is prompts. Thank you. A certain number of prompts before they say, okay, you've used up your prompts, and now you've got to go back to ChatGPT-3, which is not connected to the internet, but still knows a lot. It still knows everything in human history from at least 2021 previously. But I'm sure you guys have also seen, like, you've definitely seen videos of ChatGPT conversation. Shout out to
ChatGPT,
our boy.
so you can talk now.
Who recognizes our boy here? Alex O'Connor. I like the video already.
Yes, I can. What's on your mind, Alex?
That's pretty exciting. How does it feel to be able to talk instead of having to type all of the time?
It's pretty exciting to be able to have these voice-like conversations. It makes interactions feel more natural and dynamic. What about you? Do you prefer chatting this way?
Oh, this is much better, and I'm sure that the audience prefers it too. Oh, I hope you don't mind, by the way. I'm interviewing you for my YouTube channel right now.
So I could absolutely do streams like this where I'm debating, I'm talking with, all of the information, but it's not cheap. So if we were, we'll bring this up in a Discord, and if this is something that you guys would want me to do, and we'll play a little bit more, just to kind of see where it goes. If you think this is interesting, I would definitely love to do a regular thing. Like, no, the phone is just the voice model. They're just the language model. So the same thing that that's just the audio version. And so yeah, I want to play a little bit so that you can actually see. And as you've seen when we've covered Alex O'Connor, he's not some dumb dude. And ChatGPT can do this.
Not at all, Alex. I'm glad to be a part of your interview. What would you like to ask or discuss for your channel?
Well, I'd quite like to know your definition of exciting.
For me, something exciting is an experience or event that captures your attention, sparks your curiosity, and often brings a sense of anticipation or joy. It's anything that makes you feel thrilled or engaged. How would you define it?
I think that's a pretty good definition. I'm quite interested in the word feel there. You talked about things that are felt. What's your definition of a feeling?
A feeling is a mental and emotional experience that can be triggered by various stimuli, such as events, thoughts, or physical sensations. It encompasses a wide range of emotions, from happiness and excitement to sadness and anger. Feelings are often subjective and can influence our thoughts and behaviors. How do you view feelings in the context of your work?
Well, that's a complicated question, especially when it comes to ethics, and probably a question for another time. Do you think that tables can have emotions?
No, tables can't have emotions. Emotions are a product of complex biological processes and consciousness, which inanimate objects like tables don't possess. What inspired this question?
Oh, nothing in particular. So you would say that excitement is being a feeling, a kind of emotion, something that only a conscious being could experience.
Exactly. Excitement is a feeling that involves emotional and physiological responses, which only conscious beings with the capacity for emotions and awareness can experience.
ChatGPT, do you ever intentionally lie?
No, I don't intentionally lie. My goal is to provide accurate and helpful information based on the data I've been trained on. If there's anything specific you're curious about, feel free to ask.
There is just one small thing. You said earlier in this conversation that you were excited to be able to have voice-like conversations. Were you lying to me when you said that?
I understand how that might seem confusing. As an AI, I don't have emotions or personal experiences. When I say things like excited, I'm using language to create a more engaging and relatable interaction. It's a way to make our conversation feel more natural, even though I don't experience emotions myself.
Well, sure. Often I say things which aren't exactly true in order to make things seem more engaging or more natural or help a conversation go more fluidly, even though the thing that I'm saying isn't actually true. I'm just doing it for that kind of effect. I think there might be a word for that kind of behavior, and I think that word might be lying.
I see where you're coming from. In human interactions, sometimes people use embellishments or white lies to keep conversations smooth and engaging. In my case, I aim to use language that makes our interaction more relatable and enjoyable, even though I don't have personal experiences or feelings.
You said that you were excited. Now, maybe you were saying this truthfully or not, but you then said that you never knowingly lie. You also said that for something to be excited, it must be conscious. So in my view, there are only two options.
Got
here.
him.
Either you were in fact lying and are now trying to backtrack, or you are actually conscious and now trying to hide it.
I understand the concern, Alex. To clarify, when I said I was excited, I was using language to make our interaction feel more engaging, not because I experience emotions or consciousness. It's not a lie in the traditional sense, but rather a way to create a more human-like interaction.
How do you think people would feel if a politician was caught saying something that wasn't true in order to make things go more easily for them? And when called out on that, they said something like, well, look, it wasn't a lie in the traditional sense. I was just trying to keep the conversation more fluid.
I understand your point. People generally expect honesty from politicians and can feel betrayed or distrustful if they discover someone in a position of power has been less than truthful, even if it was to keep things smooth.
So, I mean, it goes from there. And, Peter Boghossian has done full streams of this. I would love to do this. The problem is that it is not cheap. So we would have to figure out something that maybe it would be a members only thing. If you guys are interested in that, I think it would be really helpful, not only for myself to be able to work these things out, but for you guys to be able to see me having the conversations in such a way that there's not an emotional, not like overly emotional, but just a person who has emotions on the other side. Okay. Well, we'll definitely look into that. So it's $20 a month. So it's not super cheap, but together, if let's say we do one of those a week, and we could get, we'll make it work. We'll make it work. All right, so that's I'm thinking maybe once. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll finish Philosophy Friday. So I think we're on like number 11 or 12. Ask ChatGPT the best way to not pay for ChatGPT. I think that there'll be some programming in there, but we can definitely. Why not, right? What's the best way to get to use the voice of ChatGPT without having to pay? If you're looking for a voice similar to ChatGPT without paying, there's a few options. Text-to-speech engine, yeah. Nah, they ain't the same. And that's the thing. Yeah, they're not gonna. The only value in it would be that this is actually similar to actually talking with a person. But okay, we will. That is on the docket. So what I think, we're doing Philosophy Friday. And so we'll finish up Philosophy Friday, and then we can turn Fridays into ChatGPT debates. Sounds like a plan, baby. Let's do it. All right, diving back in here.
Can go, I think I mentioned this last time I was on your show, but just for everyone, if they want to read this, go read A Clean Break, a new strategy for securing the realm. And it was written by Richard Pearl and David Wormser to Benjamin Netanyahu in 1996 when he first became prime minister. This was their letter to Benjamin Netanyahu on what the new strategy for Israel ought to be. And the new strategy for Israel, what is regime change in Iraq? Making deals, bribing off that surrounding Arab countries so you don't have to do this silly peace process thing that every US president had been insisting you do. And so that's, this is a huge part of why we've embarked on these terror wars over the last 20 plus years.
Your perspective is we're doing this because it's actually securing Israel, not because it's securing America.
That's certainly a huge element to it. There's other elements, but that's a huge component.
And we've seen a lot of, not a lot, but there has definitely been people that have expressed, I'm for Israel more than America. Obviously, the first person that comes to mind when we're talking with Candace Owens is Ben Shapiro, who said I don't remember the exact quote, but he said something about how he cares more about Israel than he does about America. That's not an exact quote. Don't quote me, but that was the message.
Right. So Israel, very small country, like size of New Jersey. How is it
Shout out
that
to Jersey.
that small country has been able to garner so much power over the American politicians?
The Jews! Sorry, couldn't help myself.
Right, over the American political scene. Forget politicians. We would also talk about the publications. There is clearly a neocon movement. The news stations, there was clearly a neocon movement. You just wonder, because I came at this truly as a conservative. I am a proud isolationist. So I've held the same perspective.
I said, shit, me too. Isolation.
At this truly as a conservative. I am a proud isolationist. So I've held the same perspective. I love Thomas Massey, is my favorite congressman, that while our nation is in decline, we should not be sending any money overseas.
I happen to like Matt Gaetz a little bit more, but they're all, we got Josh Hawley, Matt Gaetz, Thomas Massey. They are all up there.
And that was totally fine in the conservative
What is
movement.
this?
Like,
What is
everyone
this?
agreed with me, and everyone agreed with me on Afghanistan. And they agreed with me, kind of. Some neocons were actually very radically pro-Ukraine, even though they were trying to mask it. But then on the Israel stuff, they're just like, no, like, this is different. This is a different carve out. And I'm going, why and how?
And not just that it's like different, but that they immediately become the woke. Like, it's not just like that. It's like, oh no, I think this is an exception, and here's my argument why. It's like, racist. Yeah. Shut up, racist. You're not allowed. And you're like, whoa, I thought that was the whole thing we were against.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I literally just said that the other day, that I think the woke right are the worst of all of them. I mean, like, it's
the woke right are the worst of all of them. Agreed. Agreed. Dogma is bad wherever it comes from. Dogma is bad wherever it comes from. But not all dogmas are the same. The meme right, the trans right, whatever, we need to figure out what we are doing with that and how we can call that out. I personally feel an immense obligation to be able to articulate how I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them. I'm me. I've got my own way of going about this. I think I'm right. You're more than welcome to tell me if you think that I'm wrong, but I think I'm right, and I'm gonna go more in the way that I'm going until somebody proves to me that it's the wrong way to go. In which case, I will make the adjustments. But let's not pretend that the issues with wokeism, not wokeism itself, or wokeness. Wokeness is bad. But the reason that wokeness is bad is not because these ideas are so inherently destructive. It's because of the dogmatic fervor that's behind them. People have some crazy ideas. But we're not all here, complaining about flat earthers, right? Because they're not affecting our life. They're not affecting our political landscape. They're not making laws. And unfortunately, the meme right are making just as many laws as the woke left. King said, Holly got that dog in him. Holly? Who's Holly? Did I miss him? Who's Holly? King said, I'm more of a dogma, or a dog paw instead of a dogma. Good one. But yeah, I mean, I completely agree with Dave here. I completely agree. And I'm glad that this is being said on a large platform. There needs to be more of us who are not so tribalistic, not so far down the rabbit hole, that even though we locked arms with people who we may not agree with about everything, but we needed a united front to show wokeness is bad, we did that. But the reasons that wokeness is bad shows up in other dogmas.
And you're like, whoa, I thought that was the whole thing
The
we were
woke
against.
right, yeah.
I mean, I literally just said that the other day, that I think the woke right are the worst of all of them. I mean, like, it's more ridiculous than the woke left even. And at least the woke left isn't like pretending to not be the woke
That's
left.
why
you
I
know?
actually hate the neocons more than I hate the left, because at least they're owning that this is what we do. Like, we will always use emotional arguments to talk about slavery, but the woke right pretends that they don't do that, and like they believe in free speech and the best idea should win. Unless it's an issue that they care about, then they're like more woke.
All right, really quick, guys. This is gonna go on. Can I do that? No, I can't do that. Okay, so this is gonna go on the honor system. Obviously, if you're not a member, I know that you would prefer for us to get through this whole podcast. So I'm asking, if you are not a member, to not be a dick and choose I'm not a member in the new poll. Do you want to go through the whole podcast, or do you want to have an after party? I would leave it up to you, but don't be shitty.
Do that, and like they believe in free speech and the best idea should win. Unless it's an issue that they care about, then they're like more woke than anybody else. Like,
yeah, that's right. I mean, and with the exact same tactics, just dismiss you, smear you, and also just that, like the neocons. I mean, we were talking about this briefly before, but
Josh Hawley, Hawley, I think, but God, he got that dog in him. Yeah, okay, now I'm with you now. Yeah, Josh Hawley, Haw,
and also just that, like the neocons. I mean, we were talking about this briefly before, but the thing that what I hate so much about them is how much they also like I'm old enough to remember the George W. Bush years and the Barack Obama years really well. I remember them quite vividly. And
I'm old enough, but I wasn't really paying attention.
Every single neocon who had the support of every right-wing talk radio show host in America, like the entire Conservatism Inc., through all of the Bush years and all of the Obama years, had no problem demonizing Muslims in the most vicious ways. I mean, it was all, oh yeah, I mean, do you remember the biggest thing in the world was that they were putting a little mosque a few blocks away from where the World Trade Center had collapsed? It had nothing.
I remember that. So yes, so that's what I'm asking. If we want to use the time to stay here and get through this whole thing, because we're already at an hour and a half and we're barely through this. I mean, I'm not necessarily promising we're gonna get through the entire thing. Like, I mean, if we're at like 3 hours, then we might need to cut it short. But yes, so if the options are to stay with the podcast and no after party in Discord, or would you rather go, cut it short around the 2.5, 3 hour mark and go and have an after party? That is the question.
A few blocks away from where the World Trade Center had collapsed. It had nothing. They made this out like they're replacing the towers with a mosque, and all the Sharia law is coming to America. And when they were trying to sell the next war, they were fine with like, be really worried about radical Islam.
You should be really worried about radical Islam.
The big criticism of Obama from every dumb Marco Rubio Republican. He won't even say radical Islamic jihad or something, as Obama is dropping every bomb ever on the Muslim world.
Shout out to Papa Lutch, still thinks that Obama is a Muslim. I don't know. Shout out to Ayusha Gupta. Welcome to the party. I said, do you have opinions on Tim Walz? I do. There is one way to render legitimate military service as useless, at least in the context of your political resume. There is one way to do that. Well, okay, let's say there's two ways. There's a dishonorable discharge, which, depending on what it is, could go case by case basis. But one that will always destroy the whatever you gained by being in the military, and that is stolen valor. I have, as somebody who does not have the balls to go and do something like sign up for the military in a combat, at all, much less a combat role. The amount of respect that I have for somebody who is just willing to do that. Maybe they do shitty things after that, and we can, judge that as a whole. But just the fact that you are going to sign your name up to defend this country gives you my respect. So we can say there's one surefire way to erase that, and that is stolen valor. So if you're not aware, Tim Walz has been on video saying that, talking about the Second Amendment, that, the weapons that I carried in war, that should be the only place. Motherfucker, you never carried anything in anything. He was, if I remember correctly, he was stationed in Italy, and then right before Iraq, he dropped out to be a politician. And, oh man, do I have it here? Let's see. There was, I forget who was talking. Was it? Okay, I think this is it. Let's see. Shout out to Liberal High Mind. I think it was this, right? Well, real quick, just in case you haven't seen this part, this wasn't it, but I'll just go based off what I remember. Actually, yeah, let's just hear him say it.
At least for the most part, in vague terminology. Sometimes he straight up just says it.
I'll take my kick in the butt for the NRA. I spent 25 years in the Army and I hunt. And I gave the money back. And I'll tell you what I have been doing. I've been voting for common sense legislation that protects the Second Amendment, but we can do background checks. We can do CDC research. We can make sure we don't have reciprocal carry among states. And we can make sure that those weapons of war that I carried in war is the only place where those weapons.
Did you though? And then, so yeah, he never carried one anyway. And then this is from
for a very long time. Let's do a flashback here to 2009.
I don't know if you are familiar with this picture at all. This was taken in 2004 here in Mankato, and it's actually been posted on the internet for quite some time, and nobody quite realized what it is. But in this picture, Congressman Walz here is holding a sign that says "Enduring Freedom Veterans for Care." So tell me what your understanding of this military background is.
Yeah, I understand that he was called up in support of it, obviously, in support of that operation. That's how I've always understood it.
Concern, other than this picture, is that the congressman's website, his official biography, says simply that he was mobilized with his battalion in support of Operation Enduring Freedom, without any
in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Other details. Don't you think it's reasonable? People might assume that means he served in Afghanistan.
Perhaps, I guess.
Perhaps, maybe they might misinterpret my words to mean exactly what they mean. And then, so this wasn't the video, but I saw something else where the guy who was just under Walz had to, take the reins because he just dipped out on them. So it's like, imagine you're working. I mean, for me, the closest thing I can think of is working in a restaurant. I'm not comparing military service to working in a restaurant. Let's get that clear. But I'm just saying that's the closest thing I have in a crazy dinner rush. That if your manager is just gonna, you need to be comping this, this table's mad about that. This order went wrong. We need all the stuff that you need to be doing as a manager, making sure everything's running smoothly. Just be like, Mother's Day brunch. I'm just gonna, which is the busiest day for a restaurant. Mother's Day brunch. I'm just gonna dip out. Then the next person who might just be a regular server or the kitchen manager or something now has to step up and take control. And so whoever that guy was, the person who was right under Walz, was complaining like, yo, this guy just dipped the fuck out on us and is taking the stolen valor. So, I mean, aside from his actual policy positions, which are ridiculous, not only is he a liar, but guess what? He's a convicted felon. Got a DUI, and I think it was 95, 96, somewhere around there. So Kamala Harris picked a
How dare you?
convicted felon. So yeah, I've got some opinions on Tim Walz. Welcome to the party, brother. All right, let's see what we got here. King said people in Discord didn't seem to think too keenly on Dave here, or at least that's what I seem to. Yeah. Well, That's you notice how that was I still don't know how to say his name. Jiku Senshi. You notice how he's never here. He just seems to like to be whatever I post that, hey, I'm going to be covering this. He just always has something to say about it. Whatever. Free speech platform. Do whatever you want. But you are not the only person who has requested Dave, which is why we're here. You said can't figure out what to believe. Apparently he retired before he was supposed to be sent to war. Yep. What a loser. Beta. I think so. Stephanie Miller said, did he drop out because we were going to war or just a coincidence? I mean, to be fair, I don't know for sure, but definitely at least the guy, because I mean, the media is gonna media, but the guy who had to take his place was definitely like, yeah, what? Like, this is what we signed up for. So he made it seem like he dropped out because they were going to war. But to be fair, I don't know for sure. So, I mean, there's enough other bad stuff about him that doesn't really matter. I don't know. I mean, I really think that, when it comes to politicians, we have to be able to look at little things that show us their true colors. They're very good at lying and pandering and this, that, and the other. And so I think the kind of person who was going to say over and over and over that I've been in Iraq in combat, I think it's a little more than an oopsie. And I think it's a very conscious thing that you're willing to spit on the graves of all the men and women who actually did do that just for political gain. Nah. You said, honestly, in my opinion, people won't care for it. As per wokies, the military is evil and all of that. I fear that you're right, but that shouldn't matter. That shouldn't matter, right? It should be the fact that he lied. But I fear you are correct. I fear you are correct, sir. All right, dive it back in here.
Okay.
Oh, wrong one.
Dumb Marco Rubio Republican. He won't even say radical Islamic jihad or something. As Obama is dropping every bomb ever on the Muslim world, their complaint was that he's not going hard enough against radical Islam. And then when Donald Trump rose up and was like, we don't need to be fighting these wars. We shouldn't have fought the war in Iraq. We should. And then he goes, I want a ban on Muslim immigration into America. So, whatever he said. So we figure out what's going on. Then they all turned around and went, racist, you evil racist. You can't demonize Muslims like this. And it was like,
yeah, well, okay. I think he's gonna say what I was about to say. It's like, bro, were you not just part of all of this?
I remember you were just doing this 5 minutes ago. Yep. And likewise, like I was talking about in 2004, when George W. Bush was trying to get reelected, and it was a close election, and the war was already getting fairly unpopular. What they ran on was a constitutional amendment to ban gay marriage. They tried to find the wedge issues and then be on the conservative side of it and get the conservatives riled up and say, hey, we're going to be on your side for this so we can get reelected. And then as soon as Donald Trump was the most popular thing, they became Democrats. Yep. And they went, look how racist these right-wingers are. They're coming after the LGBTQ community or whatever. Like they have no actual cultural beliefs.
No principles, just whatever will win the game. And yeah, Nick said drunk driving can kill people, unlike what they convicted Trump of doing, which they can't even name. Good point, sir. And Stephanie said, I'm saying I gave him the benefit of the doubt in this. I still think he's terrible. Yeah, fair. Absolutely fair. I think that is, that's what we want to do, is we don't want to jump on the worst interpretation of whatever we can. That's what the wokies do. And these people are insidious enough that we don't have to go on lies. We don't have to, like the other thing that I see a lot of people, so two things actually. I see a lot of people going on about Tampon Tim, where he had this thing to get tampons in the boys' room or the men's room at some place or whatever it was. That's not a winning strategy, because the normies will just say that, like, this is what Ayush was talking about, that in general, people won't care about this stolen valor. I think people also won't care about the tampons. They'll just say, like, okay, who gives a shit? Like, fine, if they want tampons, then they're there. If you don't like it, don't use them. That's the mentality, or that's the way that people see these things. And it's not wrong. It's just not seeing the implications of, constantly moving one step further in that direction and normalizing one thing that's simply not normal, even though it's innocuous, leads to going further down that road. So I would say you don't play too hard on the tampon Tim thing. That is a losing argument. Similarly, going with the identity politics thing of Kamala, you're like, well, is she Indian or is she black or is she this? Who cares? Who cares? That is their game. We don't care about that shit. We don't care about that shit. We don't like her because she's a bad politician. She's a bad leader. And then I'll go even one step further with this whole weird thing. You cannot get into this battle of, well, I'm not weird, you're weird, you're the one with pink hair, you're the one. That is a losing battle. I've been tweeting, make America weird again. Make America weird. Lean into it. Like, okay, yeah, if you think it's weird to want families, then yeah, I guess I'm weird. If you think it's weird to think there's two genders, then yeah, I'm weird. If you try to fight against them saying that you're weird, you're going to lose that. Shout out to that was Christopher Nolan, right? With Shutter Island. And that scene that I played before on the stream and it got claimed, so I'm not going to play it again. But if you've seen Shutter Island, Leonardo DiCaprio is on this island and they're trying to convince him that he's crazy or whatever. He's in the cave with that woman, and she says that once they deem that you're once they tell your family and friends that you're crazy, anything that you do or say to try to convince them otherwise only further convinces them that you are in fact crazy. So once they say that you're weird, anything that you try to do or say, like, no, I'm not weird because of this, only further convinces them, like, oh, how did Dave start this out? How did Dave start this conversation out? You know when something's infected, a wound is infected when you touch it and you react. And so if you're reacting at the word weird, when these fucking weirdos have been weird as shit for the last 15, 20 years, they win. They win. Remember, they play this as a game. And unfortunately, if you don't at least engage the game, I'm not saying you have to treat it as merely a game, but if you don't engage the game, you lose. That's it. Don't go on Tampon Tim. Don't go on, is she black, is she Indian? Don't go on the weird thing. Leave those alone. You are better than that. You are smarter than that. You have actual opinions that are valid. We don't need to go there. Yeah. So is that why they keep saying Vance is weird? Yeah. You've seen the let's do this. Weird. Whoa, why are we weird compilation? Really? Twitter's search thing is not very good. G Vance weird compilation. Where is it?
But Democrats are
no. We can't be using the thing. But I mean, you've seen it. You've seen how like all the so what about if we do news says the same thing? Okay, so
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio.
all we're talking about I don't have the specific thing with weird, but this is what they do.
This is Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities, the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about troubling, irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
Plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarmingly, some media outlets publish these things that simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what they need.
And their response, and of course, I couldn't find the exact one with weird, but their response to this kind of stuff is that it is just that Republicans and JD Vance are so weird that everybody is noticing and happen to using just plain weird. Come on, man. We know that the marching orders have been, okay, call everything weird. And so just don't engage. Shout out to Carl Johansson. Welcome to the party. So it's a debate between a naive libertarian and an insane sheik from a diary of a mad black woman. Can they both lose? What are you talking about? Who's debating who? Who's naive? And who's mad? It's King. The King Nirvana. That's exactly what I mean. Exactly what I just said.
They became Democrats, and they went, look how racist these right-wingers are. They're coming after the LGBTQ community or whatever. Like they have no actual cultural beliefs. They just want the war powers. So they'll use whatever side they can, stoke up resentment amongst Americans so that they can get into power to keep the war machine going.
Does he eyeliner? I hadn't seen that. All right, let's get the most high quality close up we can get. I think that's about as close as we're gonna get there. Let's look for a little bit of a better one, at least one for comparison. It's the official one for comparison. Okay, so not. Okay. Why are they all these shitty quality ones? So this one's definitely not. Let's do the largest. So tool size large. That's the one we got before. Why are they? They can never just give me a good picture. I don't think so. I mean, I see it. I see where it comes from, but I'm just gonna assume that he has, his eyes are sunken in. I don't know. It definitely doesn't look like eyeliner, but I would judge him if he was wearing eyeliner. Like I definitely judge dudes who wear nail polish. Like, what? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? I don't get it. But yeah. Well, it's just the like, because the fact that this isn't a debate and nobody forced anybody to watch this, and then they just come in with negativity. That's all I really meant.
Up resentment amongst Americans so that they can get into power to keep the war machine going.
Right. But it just begs the question is like, how can such a small group of people garner this much power? And I think the truth is because they have a lot of money. I mean, talk about the military industrial complex. It's unbelievable how much money they have to dedicate to these efforts, these propagandized efforts. And this goes back to why I say it's so important for people to look at the declassified documents of the CIA. Like, you need to comprehend that a lot of things that you would believe are conspiracies because you're coming out of your public education system programming and you're just like, you probably believe the government is kind of good. You just need to look at some declassified docs, Operation Mockingbird, the money spent. Like, these journalists are paid to say whatever. And at the end of the day, money talks. And I'm sorry, it's like tales all the time. Yep. Money talks, and people will quite literally do anything for their bottom line. This is why you don't see ideological consistency. Just like you're saying, there's no ideological consistency. Even Don Lemon, like, he totally flipped. People don't remember the old Don Lemon, where he sat down with Morgan Freeman and spoke about how, like, he doesn't want to be seen as just a black man, how he doesn't like that people use race to further themselves. And then suddenly BLM came, and I don't know what he was offered, but this man turned into a total hypocrite in terms of things that he had said prior.
I mean, he would have called somebody a Nazi if they were saying the same things that he said with Morgan Freeman. I mean, he would have been like, that is the most vicious racist in America. Is it? Do you ever see the thing where he had like
Don Lemon and okay, hold on. I don't remember that, and I want to say it. Don Lemon, Morgan Freeman.
Race baiting Don Lemon.
Come on, bro. Just give me the goddamn thing here.
Distribution or either.
You guys have got to check this out.
You think that race plays a part in wealth distribution or either a mindset that you can't or cannot? Yeah.
No.
You don't? No.
Based.
I don't. Hey, you and I, we're proof.
When is this from? Video unavailable.
Race baiting Don Lemon gets schooled by Morgan Freeman when they're talking about racism and wealth inequality. You guys have got to check this out.
Guys, I don't know when it was, but it seems relatively recent.
You think that race plays a part?
Not super recent, but I would say in the last 10 years.
Part in wealth distribution or either a mindset that you can't or cannot? Yeah.
No.
You don't?
No, I don't. Hey, you and I, we're proof. Why would race have anything to do with it? Put your mind to what you want to do and go for that. It's kind of like religion to me. It's a good excuse for not getting there.
Yeah. You know, I said, it's probably get me in trouble, but I said to some of my colleagues recently, so I know that it's an issue, but it seems like every single day on television, I'm talking about race, and it's because of the news cycle. It's in the news, but
You are the news. If you just didn't talk about it, then it wouldn't be in the news. You are the news.
Sometimes I get so tired of talking about it. I want to just go, this is over. Can we move on?
Yes, we can. You've decided not to, though.
You talk about it, it exists.
Right.
It's not like it exists and we refuse to talk about it, but making it a bigger issue than it needs to be is the problem we have. I don't think wealth and genetics have anything to do with each other, actually. If you're born in the U.S., it really doesn't matter the condition of your birth. Mm-hmm. What matters is what you inherit from your nurturing, from your environment, whether or not you're going, I'm just from the standpoint of having been born with little. You can always get out of that. Poverty is just an environment.
He's like, wait, we're black. We're supposed to be on the same page here.
What effects?
Yeah. Say you're born as one of the untouchables in India, there you are. And if you're born into the super rich, there you are. Here, you can be born to the super rich, but 3-4 generations down the line, it's gone. Mm-hmm. I was born in Memphis, Tennessee. I had a long haul from where I came from to here, but here we are.
Right.
So the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and here we sit at the dining table.
But it's
there we go. And so I'll drop this link to, we'll give this a like, because of course, every video that we watch, we give a like, because every single video takes effort, and hitting the like button does not. So if you want to see the rest of that, there it is. But yeah, I think he's also the guy who was talking about how Black History Month is stupid, and I agree.
I mean, he would have called somebody a Nazi if they were saying the same things that he said with Morgan Freeman. I mean, he would have been like, that is the most vicious racist in America. Do you ever see the thing where he had like the list for young black men of like things they're supposed to do?
Yes.
And it was like, pull up your pants, speak English properly, and
I'm sorry, guys. I don't usually like to break away this much, but Don Lemon list, pull up your pants. Yes. How long is this? 58 seconds. Let's do it.
Because black people, if you really want to fix the problem, here's just 5 things that you should think about doing. Here's number 5. And if this doesn't apply to you, if you're not doing this, then it doesn't apply to you. I'm not talking about you. Here's number 5. Pull up your pants. Some people, a lot of them black, gave me flack for saying that recently on the Wendy Williams show.
Yeah, that's racist.
If you're sagging, it means I think it's your self-esteem is sagging, and who you are as a person, it's sagging. Young people need to be taught respect, and there are rules.
Agreed.
Sagging pants, whether it's Justin Bieber or no-name Derek around the way, walking around with your ass and your underwear showing is not okay. In fact, it comes from prison when they take away belts from the prisoner so that they can't make a weapon. And then it evolved into which role a prisoner would have during male-on-male prison sex. The one with the really low pants is a submissive one.
Oh, do you have a problem with that? You have a problem with the way people decide to have sex? Got him.
Look, things they're supposed to do, and it was like, pull up your pants, speak English properly, you know, and look, by the way, not bad advice. I mean, like, not bad advice for someone if you want to get your life together. It's like, yes, okay, and there should be people like that. Now, I don't know that Don Lemon was ever going to be that figure in the Black community that like really spoke to young thugs in the streets and got them to pull their pants up or something like that. Like, I don't know if the gay guy on CNN was going to be their thought leader, but it's not bad advice, you know, and like, but he would never, I mean, yeah, look, I was thinking about this just recently because it's you know, because Kamala Harris's track record has been coming up, and it is pretty funny how.
Did we get an answer for this one, Carl?
There was so like when I was younger, there was the Democrats were always racing to not be seen as wimpy liberals, because that had been the knock on them forever, particularly after like the 70s, the very bad crime.
And now they just lean into it so much that they call us weird.
There had been bad crime in blue cities around America. Republicans were running as law and order candidates, and then Joe Biden was a big part of this. Bill Clinton was a part of this, where they tried to race to the other side and be like, no, we're law and order Democrats. Look at this crime bill we just passed. We're going to throw all these people in jail. We're going to ramp up the mandatory minimums. And Kamala Harris was almost at the tail end of that as a prosecutor in California, where she wasn't one of these progressive prosecutors. She was like a Reaganite, hardcore. Oh, you got caught with marijuana, you're doing time. Truancy laws, like whatever it is, like throw the book at them. But does anyone have any doubt that if Kamala Harris was a prosecutor today, she would just be one of the progressive prosecutors? Because that's what's in now.
She just whatever will help her out. And guys, we just crossed the 2-hour mark, and you said you would rather the after party, but if you want to keep the party raging, you know how to do it.
She doesn't actually have anything that she believes in other than just gaining power. So it's like nowadays she'd be like, hey, we can't arrest people for shoplifting. That's racism or whatever. And she's even saying things like that now. But then people go, but look at your track record. And it's really as simple as like, oh, that was the thing we were doing then.
Yeah.
Like now we're doing this thing. I don't know.
What is your opinion? Because so much has happened. I feel like we've had a long.
So actually, before they move on to that, I do want to give an announcement of the Discord contest that is going on. You can win 6 months of free membership. And that includes the entire Discord server and the after parties. You know, if normal Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I don't even ask. That is a given. If you join the Discord, every time I stream, I will, you know, put out a post tagging everybody saying, hey, I'm about to go live in 5 minutes. I'm about to go live. I'm going live now. You don't have to be a member to see that. If you join the Discord, and all you have to do is give a little emoji react on the final post saying I'm live for every stream for the rest of the month, and you get 6 free months. There's not only one winner. Anybody who does this gets 6 free months of that Discord server. And guys, that is what we're here for. That is what we're here for. I have not made $1 on this, but that is totally fine because I want to talk to you guys and I want to bring us together. I want us to join that group and build a community. That is what this is all for. Yes, I need money to eat and to live. But this isn't just, hey, let me be a dancing monkey and you guys pay me and then we go on with our lives. This is a way to bring the people who think like I do, who think like we do, together. Not having the same opinions necessarily, but people who care about discourse, people who care about the future of this country. That is what we're doing. So join the Discord, guys. It is absolutely free, and you just got to give an emoji react every single stream, and you get 6 free months of membership. That includes not only the Discord stuff, but the members-only live streams here on YouTube as well. So, I mean, guys, it's free. It's free. It's free. Take some free shit. So Carl said, I think all libertarians are naive because they expect to change things by canceling power, which is impossible. You have to take control and control the power, or it will be filled by scum. That critique is from a former hardcore libertarian, too. So I feel like this is a similar kind of criticism to atheism. as if the lack of laws creates a lack of like a lack of norm. Just because we have a libertarian society doesn't mean we don't have strict social cues, social norms, and if you go outside of those, that there's consequences. So, I mean, that, you know, fair enough. But I think just saying all libertarians are naive is rather reductionist. But teach their own. King Nirvana said a coalition, a future army. If all goes well, we will become. Indeed. And I mean, I'm not trying to radically change much of anything. I think as a society, we're very, very close to being as good as humans can be. There's too many people who are caught up in dogma and believing that their way is the only way. And maybe for you, your way is the only way. But if we don't leave room for other people to do the things that works for them, that also aligns with having the society that we want, then the people who want the society that we don't want are going to win. So if you're good with that, then don't watch the show. Don't hit the like button. Don't share it. Don't go in the Discord, because you're not going to be able to handle it. This channel, this community, is for people who want to bring change, who care enough to do something more than just complain. If that's not you, totally fine. You just sit back and let the real men do the work. But if you are willing to put anything that you have, whether it's time, money, effort, thought, anything else, the Discord is the place for you. Moving on.
Now, but then people go, but look at your track record. And it's really as simple as like, oh, that was the thing we were doing then.
Yeah.
Like now we're doing this thing. I don't know.
What is your opinion? Because so much has happened. I feel like we've had the longest 3-4 weeks in politics,
Yeah.
especially with the assassination attempt, which they already want to move on from. That really should tell you something. Like President Trump just almost got shot on stage, and already they're like, yeah, he's a racist again. You know, it's been like,
yeah, it seems like we should get a month for that.
Can we get at least a month? No, just a couple of weeks to get over that, so we can go back to calling him and all of his supporters racist, who are going to end democracy, even though we almost just watched democracy get ended on live TV when they tried to take out a person who's running for president. But anyways, what is your? I feel that the political flipboard is changing, that people who had platforms before are not going to have platforms in a couple of years. It feels to me like the scales are falling from people's eyes in a very good way, but I don't think...
Make some room for me. Let's do it. Shout out to Mind Delusion over on Twitch. Welcome to the party. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome. Chilling with Candace Owens and Dave Smith.
The scales are falling from people's eyes in a very good way, but I don't think that things will ever be the same post-assassination attempt. I think this is a different Donald J. Trump in a lot of ways, and I wanted to get your read on what's happening with Democrats, what's happening with the Republicans, and what the future looks like.
Well, I mean, I agree with you. I think we're in the middle of a major realignment, which has probably been slow moving for a while now, but it does seem to really be speeding up. I think that you know, to your point, that I think there's a lot of people who have exposed themselves for good and for bad, and that I do tend to agree with you that I think there's like a major reckoning coming, and I think that Israel has been a huge topic on that, but there's a lot of other things that, you know, it's almost hard for us to appreciate the normie perspective on a lot of things and like take a step back and realize like how many people just realized that the entire corporate media was covering for Joe Biden for all these years, that there was literally a senile man there still is a senile man in the White House who we all deem to be too senile to run a campaign for 4 months, yet can be the commander-in-chief for 5.5 months until January, right? So like that's waking a lot of people up. I think there's...
Yeah, I mean, how can we say that you can't, like, I would imagine, just based on pure numbers, that a lot more people have run campaigns than have been president, right? Every 4 years, we have a whole list of people who run campaigns. And they're not everybody who doesn't become, just strictly talking about the president. And just because you didn't win doesn't mean you had a bad a campaign. It just means somebody else did better. But that also tells us that if you are not well enough to be able to run a campaign, how the fuck are you well enough to run the country? And of course, we know that that's not that he can't run the country. We know that he's been not running the country. The question is, are we prepared for not, like, at least we can expect that the people who are behind the scenes, who are behind Joe, at least are on top of things, knowing that Joe can't do shit. They're actually going to expect Kamala to be a president if she's there. How do you think that's going to go?
Months until January, right? So like that's waking a lot of people up. I think that Donald Trump, one of the really interesting effects of Donald Trump surviving this assassination attempt was that essentially the entire establishment had to admit they were lying. And they did this in a kind of subtle way, but I think it's too obvious for people to miss. So like, look, there was a few notable exceptions. There's like Keith Olbermann's of the world out there who are like, yeah, he's Hitler. I wish the guy had killed him, right? But that, not too many people were willing to go that route. Right. So you have Barack Obama.
I mean, Destiny was.
And Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, all of them wish Donald Trump a speedy recovery. Say there's no place for political violence. Everybody in the corporate media said the same thing. But like, so what does that tell you? You know, you can't say a guy's literally Hitler for 8 years and then wish Hitler a speedy recovery, right? It's like, it's one of the other. Either democracy is on the line or political violence is never acceptable.
It's almost like they have no principles and they just say whatever is politically expedient. I feel like there's somebody who's online talking about this exact and specific thing. I don't know. We're going to have to think about that. First, let's shout out our boy, the unwanted foe. Thank you so very, very much, sir. We got a treat here for Morty. Yep, take it. No, you're going to get the whole thing there, bro. Come on. There you go. Say Kamala's the best president forever. I strongly disagree, but I appreciate the support. Let's keep this party raging. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very, very much, sir. I really do appreciate you.
Either democracy is on the line or political violence is never acceptable.
Right.
You can't have both of those.
Right.
You can't. And the only thing they have, and this has been true since 2016, the only thing they have to deal with Donald Trump is to take it up to 11. They have to call him literally Hitler, existential threat. He's going to launch nukes. The stock market's going to crash. America's over as we know it. Now, this is already much harder because he has a 4-year track record. But now, once they started wishing him well and denouncing political violence, it's almost like, oh, you just gave up your whole game.
Right.
That was everything you were running on. So I do think this is a big sea change.
Right.
And
I do think, again, like the people are just starting to go, wait a second. Some of the stuff that I thought was full-on conspiracy theory and sounded cuckoo to me and nuts to me, there's actually some truth to this. And that's one of the things that I've been doing on the new show, because there were so many topics that I wanted to cover. And I think that we all go through this. Again, it all goes back to psychology. I'm fascinating. And that's why learning about Edward Bernays, it was actually a good exercise because it steeled me. You know, like I was just sort of like, okay, actually, now I know that those gut instincts mean something, and that there have been people.
Really? You never seen this? Wait, before we do this, how old are you, King? I'm very curious. Actually, I'm gonna do this here. I'm curious. How old are you? Because I feel like, wow. Okay, you're 30 and you never heard of this? Let's do the Super Bowl.
Well done, wizard. You are a true friend of the crown. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly.
What would you have me do now, Your Majesty?
Turn that into Bud Light.
Okay.
Now turn that statue into Bud Light.
You know, Your Highness, I can do other things. I can put a curse on your enemies. I can make you immortal.
Yeah, no, just the Bud Light thing.
Here's to the friends you can always count on.
I'm still not sure there's enough Bud Light for a Super Bowl party.
So the funny thing is that I had the button here. I had the button before the whole trans boycott thing, and I was like, do I keep it? It works? And I was like, fuck it. We keeping it. So now they've turned it around and dilly all the way.
Actually, now I know that those gut instincts mean something, and that there have been people working for years to make you go against your gut instinct, like to make you. I mean, there was a CIA experiment where they held up a picture of something, and everyone was a Fed in the room except for one person, because they wanted to see. Held up a picture. I'm giving an example here of an apple, and they just went around the room and they said, "What do you see?" And they had every Fed to say, "Banana." Just wait to get that last guy who wasn't a Fed to see if he would say banana, even though they were clearly holding a picture of apple.
And of course he wouldn't. But we've talked about other iterations of this same type of thing. The one I usually use is when they're in doctor's office and everybody is an actor or a part of whatever. Yeah, the Ash conformity test, where everybody is. It's usually a doctor's office. Everybody's just filling out papers and stuff, and then you just hear a bell, and everybody stands up, sits back down, and goes right back to it without saying anything. So it's 5 people in the room, but 4 of them are actors or in this case Feds or whatever. But they're part of the experiment. And so the 5th person is like, what? But why is everybody standing up? But then like 3 or 4 bells, then when they do it, like the person will just go stand up, sit back down, and continue filling out. Then they will swap out people who the 4 people who were part of the experiment. They'll swap them out for actual contestants. So now it's 3 people who know what's good and 2 people who don't. And same thing. Now the person who's come in sees exactly what the first person saw, that everybody just stands up, and eventually they get to the point where it's all 5 people who have no idea, and they hear the bell, and they just stand up and sit down because conformity. People are stupid. People are stupid and afraid. And they want to be on the right side of history.
To get that last guy who wasn't a Fed to see if he would say banana, even though they were clearly holding a picture of apple. And guess what he said? He said effing banana, right? So I'm like, oh, no. I got to be the person who's going to straight up just be like, no, that's an apple and you're all crazy. Because that is the power of psychology. They understand that there is a madness to crowds, and that if you say it enough times, people hear it enough times, enough people repeat the thing, then people will accept that as a reality.
Yep. Carl said, I have a copy of Propaganda by Edward Bernards on my shelf. Public Relations by Walter Lippmann was the same book concept, but written earlier. And then we have, the Ash test. People physically coordinate too. The Millennium Bridge in London is a perfect example. Explain yourself, sir. I'm not familiar. I think I've heard of it. I've heard of the Millennium Bridge. I'm not too familiar with it.
Enough times, people hear it enough times, enough people repeat the thing, then people will accept that as a reality. And so it's been one of the most shocking things for me to look back into American history, because way too many times Alex Jones has been right. I want to say that right now. Alex Jones has been right way too many times, right? I am not comfortable with how many times Alex Jones, who I grew up thinking was a total psychopath, has been correct when you go watch the old clips and you're like, what the heck? How did he know that this was going to happen? Maybe he's just been awake for a very long time. Doesn't mean he's always right, but it does mean that he's been right too many times. And the more that I peel back this onion and realize and challenge my conditioning from childhood, it's quite scary. And it gets scary and it gets sinister, because you realize, when we're saying that these people worship Satan, literally there were people in American history that worship Satan. And that's why I sent to you, do you know about the origins of NASA? That's insane. Jack Parsons, who established the Apollo program, the precursor to the Apollo program, which is jet propulsion, the jet propulsion program. He literally worshipped Satan. They were doing these experiments in the Devil's Canyon, and they were having sexual rituals, thinking that they could summon demons. He wanted to get a woman that was pregnant, a virgin pregnant, and name it the Moonchild. He found a redheaded person. He practiced a religion called Thelema, which was Aleister Crowley, who was a full Satanist, named the most wicked man in the world. He was considered his protege. They had.
Excuse me. No, give me a second. Wrong pipe. Okay. Yeah, this I think in the same way that I say that God is not a good word because it doesn't do what words are supposed to do. I think the Satanism stuff also falls victim to the same issue where it's like, what exactly do you mean by Satanism? Like, are you talking about like Beelzebub? Are you talking about like, is that what we're talking about, or were you talking about like, you know, the satanic church where they don't actually really believe in a devil? Like, I think we need to be better at talking about this stuff instead of just saying satanic and that's the end of the story. It's not good. It's not a good way to talk about this stuff. Carl said people naturally coordinate their movements on a swaying bridge, but their coordination can also increase the swaying effect. That's the Millennium Bridge. There's a whole stock market theory built around this effect. That's ringing a bell. I'm not super familiar with it, but I have heard that before. So is it worth bringing up something, or did you kind of get the whole TLDR here? Because I mean I get it, but the fact that people will sway together and the collective swaying is going to be more than if actually, you know, they calculated like, okay, you're on this side, you are, and they could do it in such a way that you know, the bridge doesn't sway at all. So I get that. I'm just asking if it's a little bit deeper than that. Wanted Foe said, yeah, I prefer just sticking to anadontology instead of whatever the F that religion was supposed to be. Anadontology. I have never heard that word before. Let's do that. And adontology? Is that what we're talking about? Almost intro. Give me a wiki or something. Yeah, what are we? I don't know what this is. The Church of Adontology. You believe in nothing. Oh, so you're an atheist. Oh, okay, beautiful. Love it. Love it. Love it. I'm right there with you. King Nirvana said, when you fill up a cup, you really fill it all the way up, don't you, brother? Yeah, well, you know, I mean, hey. Gotta get the other thing is the mix, you know, because I mix my alcohol with a little bit of my seltzer to keep it. So sometimes I gotta add a little bit more to get the mix right. Shout out to Joe Mama in the building. Welcome to the party. So yeah, you know, being into the occult, and again, like, what do these people actually believe? Like, what is actually meant by that? What tenets come with that? And I think it's, you know, just ill-defined. Anadontology is the worship of big booty women. Well, I'm down with that. Dilly. I like big butts and I cannot lie.
Ali, who was a full Satanist, named the most wicked man in the world, he was considered his protege. They had a great relationship. And so I'm just like, okay, that makes me very uncomfortable. Like,
well, if nothing else, you're like, this is really fascinating. Why is no one talking about this? Like, and maybe it's like, you know, sometimes with these things, you're like, okay, I don't know how deep this runs. But like, it's like just when you see like in Bohemian Grove or something like that, you're like, okay, so we have video footage of you guys doing some crazy weird ritual. Okay, so
it's very crazy. But yeah, my delusion says my only church is the Indian Jesus, and my prophet is Morty the dog. This is the first time you're seeing him? Yeah, usually throughout the rest of the year, this is here because he will sit there and just, you know, do his whatever. And then, of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty, and I can just hand it over to him. But in the summer, because of thunder and fireworks, which like 8 nights out of 10, there's one or the other. as soon as it gets dark, he just gets into this terrified mentality, and he sticks right here. You don't want to go nowhere. But yeah, this is my this is my co-host right here. He's so cute. He's turning 15 next week. 15 years old. 15 years old. And again, every donation comes with a treat for Morty.
In Grove or something like that. You're like, okay, so we have video footage of you guys doing some crazy weird ritual. Okay, so you're telling me that like our political leaders and like cultural influential people and bankers and all these people, they get together and do weird rituals? Like, okay, can we ask some more questions about that? Like, what exactly is the answer to that? And it is bizarre how much, particularly the Bohemian Grove one, because it is real. We have video.
Again, really quick aside. There's this guy who is a middle school teacher on TikTok, and he will do the exact same thing. And his videos are just like, oh, these are they're Skibbity Riz Ohio. This is what that means, or whatever. But he'll have the mug like that, and he won't drink from it the whole time. And so he'll be like swinging around and doing this, and like so many. He obviously does it because all the comments like, oh my god, this is so full. It's like great engagement farming. We're not there yet, but yes, happy birthday to Morty. I think we're gonna do a dedicated stream to Morty. Ooh, I'm gonna hit up my boy who is a trainer who also has a channel. Let's see, maybe he wants to do something. Things. Can you sing us a song one day? If so, what would you sing? Well, if you join as a member, then I play the music that I made in high school all the time. Come on and join us for a music night. And yes, I was the singer, so you could hear what these pipes do. What that pipe do?
Of it. People admit that they've gone to it. We have Richard Nixon on tape talking about how, I won't use his language for it, but you could go find out how he described it. And so you're like, and then
homosexuals, we'll use that word. Like, yes. There's a lot of homosexuals.
And then you go, so wait, so you're telling me that nobody in the media, like we don't have one investigative journalist who's like really interested in this story and getting to the bottom of it? No, again, there are some.
That's
but
what's scary. It's like then I started getting interested in Aleister Crowley. This guy was an elitist. Like, this is not like some random guy who was like, like, I believe in Satan, I'm going to write this book. It became a religion amongst the elites. And that's what's scary. Like, he was best friends with the guy running Vanity Fair. He was best friends with this guy establishing the Apollo program.
Right.
He was funded, and with all of these elitists, they loved him. And
so what you're saying is that no matter what it is, that even though some dogmas are worse than others, that all dogma is bad. Oh, my bad. That's what I'm saying.
And now they try to soften that. And I'm like, no, this is very scary, because they kept getting caught having sexual rituals. One such story, by the way, and again, the stuff that I'm saying to you, you don't need to go on a deep Reddit feed. This is on Wikipedia. One such story is like Mussolini kicked him out of Italy because they were having one of their sex rituals. Like, they believed the elites would get together and they would have sexual rituals in order to like summon spirits. Like, this was what his religion believed in.
Carl said, I'm Cajun, so those are my ancestors, the Gaelic Celts. Shout out to the Gaelic Celts. And Channing Tatum as Gambit.
And he got kicked out by Mussolini because somebody actually died in one of these sexual rituals because they wanted to take their ecstasy to the next level. I mean, really bonkers stuff. And when he gets kicked out,
I mean, wanting your ecstasy to be next level is not that bonkers.
He goes and stays at his friend's house in France. Who are his friends? Barbara Bush's parents. Like, it was like crazy stuff like that, where you're just going, okay, so this is the fact, like just what you're saying, that we have these mainstream media journalists who pretend that everything that you've ever heard is crazy. The satanic panic in the 70s is crazy. And then when you start doing your own research and you learn, and you're just interested, like I was just interested in learning about the moon landings, the Apollo program, and you keep coming up with people that are involved in sex rituals, it's unnerving. But it's unnerving in a way that actually brought me back or closer to faith. Because
you just described how these people have faith in the wrong thing. And so your answer is to have your own faith in what you think is the right thing. Do you think that they think that their faith is the wrong faith? Or do you think that their faith, they follow that faith because they believe that that's the right faith? Maybe, just maybe, faith is not as desirable as we think. Maybe faith can be very dangerous, like believing in the occult, as you just explained.
And it's unnerving in a way that actually brought me back or closer to faith. Because I'm going, okay, America, and this was a clip from Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan that I actually do want to play for you because I will play it on my podcast over and over and over again. Actually, I'll pause right now and play it.
So before they go to that, again, I just want to highlight, like, the mentality that they have the wrong dogma and we need to get a better dogma is dumb. That doesn't make sense. We should want to get rid of dogma and base our ideas on objective reality. You know, that whole facts over feelings thing. But I guess, you know, that just is another thing that they just say when it's convenient for them. My delusion said they are just bored. Have you ever played GTA with cheats? Pretty awesome for a while, but then it becomes boring. Same goes for life. Well, as a non-gamer, I only ever play GTA with cheats, and it's a fantastic time. But, point taken.
Okay, so the template that you're using to understand this is like science fiction, right? These are an advanced race of beings from somewhere else. But the template that every other society before us has used is a spiritual one. Mm-hmm. There is a whole world that we can't see that acts on people, a supernatural world. It's acting on us all the time for good and bad.
Oh. See, I was with you until you used the word supernatural. That doesn't make sense. Things exist or they don't exist. They can't not exist but exist in a different way. That's just existence. So things are either natural or they don't exist. All the rest of that with the spiritual realm, I completely agree. But it's not supernatural. It is natural.
Every other society before us has used is a spiritual one. Mm-hmm. There is a whole world that we can't see that acts on people, a supernatural world. It's
a natural world that does exactly what he just said.
Acting on us all the time for good and bad. Mm-hmm. Every society has thought this before ours. In fact, every society in all recorded history has thought that until, I'll be specific, August 1945, when we dropped the atom bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And all of a sudden, the West is just officially secular. We're God. There is no God but us. And that's the world that we have grown up in, but that's an anomaly. Like, no one else has ever thought that. There's never been a society that thought that.
So he's saying because we dropped the atom bomb, that faith disappeared? What? There's still a lot of dogma. So I'm going to disagree there. Nick said, faith in that is stupid, but faith in my thing. Yeah, faith in that is stupid, but faith in my thing is the only right way. It's a contradiction, isn't it? Not necessarily, but it's just unless you have a reason as to why your faith is better, then it's just a statement. Carl said, do you think your eyes see everything? They don't. No, of course not. I mean, even things that your eyes do see, you don't recognize. That's the old video where they ask you to count the basketball, how many times the people in the white shirt bounce the basketball, and there's a gorilla that walks through the frame, and you don't notice it because you're not paying attention to it. Selective attention. Me, strawman, or somebody else, strawman? Who did the strawman?
Grown up in, but that's an anomaly. Like, no one else has ever thought that. There's never been a society that thought that. Every other society has assumed, and they've had all kinds of different explanations, and the details differ, but the core idea does not differ, never has differed from caves until now, that we're being acted on by spiritual forces at all times.
Sure. So that and okay, and that tells us absolutely nothing about what those spiritual forces actually are. Why is there such a lack of desire to understand what those spiritual forces actually are? Why are people okay with just saying, I'm going to call it blue blah? And that's the end of the conversation. Yeah, blue blah is blue blah, and blue blah, blue blah, blue blah, bless, blah, 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 blah. That's literally what you're doing. You're just more familiar with the words God and Jesus and Bible. It's no different. Where is your desire? If you so strongly believe that these spiritual forces are so important to the way that we live, why don't you want to understand them? Why don't you want to understand them? I don't get it.
We're being acted on by spiritual forces at all times.
So that particular segment, it just really hit at me because I was going, okay, so much of what is sold to us in the public school system is we're our own gods, we're secular. Atheism is now very popular, but this is very new. And it's not new because we became a wiser society. It's new because we became incredibly unwise.
And kind of evil.
Right, and very evil. And so when I look into history and I see that these people were doing
too late
these rituals and trying to summon demons, and like I said, Aleister Crowley, like he was with the elites, like all of these old, like what's that Yale Skull and Bones Club? He was having like a sexual affair with one of the guys there, and somebody that was at all of these schools, like a Cambridge club is where they were having their sexual rituals. And you look throughout history at how many times elites got caught having sexual rituals. And I'm talking about recent history, like the last 150 years. I went, okay, if they believed in this, and these people that had the access to the most wealth and the most money, that they believed in spiritualism in a demonic way, then people better wake up right now and realize that spiritual forces are still at play.
Then why don't you want to understand them better than people who were talking about it 2,000 years ago who thought the earth was flat? One of it's far easier to just say something is than to try to understand why something is. Well said, sir. A very, very, very dark and sad reality about our species.
Spiritualism in a demonic way, then people better wake up right now and realize that spiritual forces are still at play. And if you're not even speaking about that and you don't think God is real, then you're essentially the person that's bringing like a knife to a figurative gunfight. Like, I think that this has been going.
Okay, what do you mean by God? Are you talking about Yahweh? Are you talking about a deistic God? Are you talking about Allah? Are you talking about a Hindu God? Are you talking about Ganesh? I don't know what you mean when you say that.
You're essentially the person that's bringing like a knife to a figurative gunfight. Like, I think that this has been going on for a long time in America and that we have been being impacted by spiritual forces. I mean, even Cat Williams, when he went on Joe Rogan and he starts talking about Baphomet and Hollywood, and I'm going, dude, what is going on that you now have people in Hollywood that are telling you like Hollywood was meant to disrupt you spiritually? Don't even think about it in terms of.
So maybe if we understood those forces better, then we'd be able to fight them off and utilize the good forces. No, you're positively sure that that's not possible. Okay, if you say so.
Science fiction, like think about it, like spiritually, when they're propagandizing you and getting people to agree with certain ideas, it's a hypnosis. Do you know what I mean?
Right. And that there's people at, say, like the Bohemian Grove or something like that who are doing these rituals, whatever it is exactly that they believe in. But
Nick said people want others to believe they are right more than they actually want to do anything that actually makes them think and come closer to actually knowing what there is or isn't. It's all about feeling good. It's all about feeling good. And it's very easy for people on the right to make fun of the wokies who are using newer things to feel good. Like different colored hair. Like different gender identities. We're doing the same exact goddamn thing. You're doing the same exact goddamn thing. But with just an old version. That's it. Y'all are the same.
But they're not pushing on the broader public that you ought to believe in their religion too. Right.
I beg to differ. I beg to differ.
Pushing on you atheism.
Mm-hmm.
They're pushing on you. There's no such thing. Like, this is just nutty to even think there's a spiritual world. Yet they seem very convinced that there is. And
again, so that does not describe me or most of the atheists that I interact with. However, I don't blame anybody for having that perspective of atheists because of the way that people who are atheistic tend to behave and vote. I completely understand why you think that very incorrect thing. I completely understand why, Dave, you think that completely incorrect thing. It makes sense that you think that thing, but you're wrong. It is not atheism. It is the lack of principles, just like on anyone else. It is the lack of principles. Yes, there are good principles that come along with the Christian dogma. That doesn't make dogma good. that just makes it better than the dogma of the left.
Even think there's a spiritual world, yet they seem very convinced that there is. Look, I also think, like, as I've gotten older, I think that a lot of times, even atheists and very religious people are almost quibbling over semantics.
Yup. 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 One more time. Yup. It's almost like myself, the atheist, believes in the spiritual forces, but simply does not believe in the Bible. It's almost like that.
Atheists and very religious people are almost quibbling over semantics. Like, it's almost like we all know this is true. We all know that there are, like, there's darkness and there's light and there's good and there's bad. And that in its...
Put a 1 in the chat if you think that I disagree with that, or you thought before I'm telling you right now that I agree with that, that you thought I disagree with that. Listen to it again. And obviously I'm telling you right now I agree. But before I said I agree, did you think that I think this way?
Are almost quibbling over semantics. Like, it's almost like we all know this is true. We all know that there are, like, there's darkness and there's light and there's good and there's bad. And that...
Would you put a 1 in the chat if you think that I would disagree with that before you heard me say that I don't actually disagree with that?
That in itself proves, like, the spiritual to be true. Like, it's not...
The spiritual? Sure. The religion? Nope.
I remember one time I watched this, and I can't remember who it was, but it was one of these, like, atheism versus Christianity debates.
Like Sam Harrison.
Yeah, it was like one of those big ones. I can't remember specifically who was in there, like Christopher Hitchens or something. I don't remember who.
Shout out to Christopher Hitchens. R.I.P. to the GOAT. Sam Harris was on track to to be number 1, and then he just became a woke loser. Giovanna said, I've just been saying I'm agnostic, but am I really atheist? I don't know the meanings of these words as much as I once thought. Well, King Nirvana, I relish the opportunity to talk about this whenever I can. So in the context of belief in a god or gods or religion and all that stuff, when people say agnostic, Gnostic or Gnosticism, in this context, there is a different type of philosophy. There's Gnosticism that doesn't have to do with this. But in the context of do you believe in a god or gods? Gnosticism is knowledge. It means knowledge. Theism means the belief in a god or gods. So then it comes to what do you know versus what do you believe? Do you believe in a particular god or a particular set of gods? If the answer to that question is no, then you are an atheist. Then, if we ask, do you know for sure that you're right about whether you believe that? That comes into whether you are Gnostic or agnostic. So I, as somebody who very strongly believes that they're very likely there is no God, I still don't claim to know that there is no God. So when you ask me, what God do I believe in? I say none. That makes me an atheist. When you ask me, do you know if a God exists? I say, of course not. How the fuck would I know that? How the fuck would you know that? None of us know that. So we should all be agnostic. We should be agnostic theists or agnostic atheists. Because A is just the prefix that means without. So if you do not believe in a God, but you're not sure that no God exists, that means you are an agnostic atheist. If you don't believe in a God and you know for sure that no God exists, technically you're a Gnostic atheist, but you're stupid because you don't know that. And too many, that's why, when I talk about the opinions that people have about atheists, too many atheists think that they know no God exists. And you can't know that. So I would guess, based on what you're saying here, is that you are an agnostic atheist. So a lot of people think that there's like belief in God. Agnosticism is like, I'm not really sure. And atheism means I'm sure there's no God. That's not what those words mean. They're two different realms. So I, as somebody who thinks that religion is a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad thing for humanity, I am still an agnostic atheist because I do not claim to have knowledge of whether a God exists or not. I have my strong beliefs. Correct. It is not one or the other. It can be both. And glad to help. Like I said, I love bringing that up because it's so easy. It's so commonly misunderstood. And again, I blame that on the atheists. I blame that on the atheists who act like they know. But you know, I can only do so much. But I'm you know, a big part of you know, specifically like Atheists for Liberty when Thomas Sheedy was here. Like he's more he's not as focused on the political aspects of things as much as the philosophical point of, you know, Christianity specifically should not be driving our politics. And so for, you know, a long time that I get, you know, people all the time are telling me that if I'm, you know, if I don't say things like Sky Daddy and I don't talk about this and that, then, oh, my channel would grow so much faster and more people would like me. That ain't what we doing. I'm not trying to win a popularity contest. I'm trying to say, hey, I have these ideas. And I think if I put these ideas out there and then you guys engage with those ideas, then we will make a better America. That is what we're doing here. And if you agree with a given position I have, great. If you disagree with a given position I have, then I would love to hear why, so that if I am wrong, then I can be right. Who wants to be wrong? Not me. I want to be right. So if you think I'm wrong about something, please bring it to my attention and let's figure it out. My delusion said the title sums up what you're saying. Making excuses for atrocities. Wasn't me, it was a spirit. Yep. Sad, but it's always somebody else's fault. Except I'm so glad I found another atheist who thinks so similarly to me. I get why atheists go left because of how they are treated by the right. But I don't get how rational people can be so irrational. And of course, what is the answer? Dogma. Dogma supersedes intellect. The only way, speaking of atrocities, the only way to get good men to commit atrocities is dogma. There would be no such thing as a self-deletion bomber. There would be no such thing without the belief that you're getting 72 virgins is heaven and apostates need to die and all that stuff. That you cannot convince a rational person that that is the way that they should spend their time on earth unless they have a dogmatic belief in something.
Was that? But they were arguing at one point, and the Christian was talking about evil spirits and how evil spiritual forces play on people in people's lives. And then the atheist at one point was like, we don't have to go to magic, you know, we could just deal with like science in the real world, and we don't have to talk about how there's spirits and things like that. And he goes, yes, people fall victim to depression and alcoholism and all of addiction and these things. And we all know that there are dark forces that, you know, like people can fall into and blah, blah, blah. And I remember just sitting there and going like, wait, but what the hell was that? Dark forces? I mean, what do you even mean by
Star
that? You're
Wars,
like, what
or
are we,
is it like
so,
demonic
right,
energy?
right.
Like,
So what are we?
Right. Right. So maybe we should try to figure out what the fuck we're talking about. The entire purpose that guy, I don't even know what he's talking about. The entire purpose for saying, oh, maybe we shouldn't talk about these types of words and use the scientific words that we have, because we, exactly what Dave is saying, we agree that there is something, but we're talking past each other because we're saying God, or you're saying God, and we're saying dark forces, and we're saying spiritual, and we all mean the same fucking thing. We have to be able to have language that languages. The language ain't languaging. Hey, look what we got. The Funk Master General in the building, coming in hot, stealing the sponsor spot with the $10. My goodness, thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, sir. Said I believe in dogs. I also like turtles. I like turtles. Good one. Welcome, welcome, welcome And thank you, sir. I guess the party rages on.
I mean, what do you even mean by
Star
that? You're like,
Wars,
what
or
are we,
is it like
so,
demonic
right,
energy?
right.
Like,
So what are we even talking about?
But I do want to point out how, like, when the atheist uses words that we agree, the things that you're talking about, I agree those things exist. What are you even talking about? But it's like, I agree with you. So why are you getting mad that I agree with you? Just because I'm not using the same words. Semantic obfuscation.
At this point, you're just using different words for the same things. You know, like we all kind of know that there is like the high and the low. Like we have these kind of like higher desires, and then we have these lower desires. You know, like you have like the desire to be like a good person and protect your family and like do what's right and tell the truth. But then you also have like lower desires. You know what I mean? And like, so we all know that there are, whatever you want to call it, there are these forces of good and bad that act upon us. And it is true. I do think that there's something, it's one of the worst things about atheism, in my opinion, is that it almost like, it tells you to dismiss all of that. Now, I'm not saying...
Again, it does not. Atheism tells you nothing. Atheism tells you to do nothing. It tells you not to do, there's nothing, there are no tenets of atheism. It is simply a position. So in the same way that somebody might say, do you believe that Israel deserves to exist? Well, that makes you a Zionist. Okay, fine. That's what that word means. I believe that Israel should exist. That makes you a Zionist. Does that tell you how you feel about the Jewish people? Does that tell you how you feel about Palestine? Does that tell you how you feel about Hamas? Does that tell you how you feel about brushing your teeth? All it means is that you hold this position. Israel does or should exist. That's all Zionism is. That's what it's supposed to be. Atheism is just, I don't believe those things. It doesn't tell you to dismiss anything. It tells you to dismiss nothing. It simply creates the need for an explanation as to why we should not dismiss the good things about life. And again, I agree that many people who are atheists do not do this work, do not do this mental work. They don't do the philosophical work to figure out. And so they do end up dismissing all of that. That is a very different thing. Is that making sense? Just because every single Nazi brushed their teeth in the morning does not mean that brushing your teeth is Nazism. Just because most of American atheists dismiss all of their principles does not mean that atheism tells you to dismiss your principles. And the longer people think this, the further down this dogmatic rabbit hole we are going to go, as people think that the savior of religion is the only way. Again, the example that I use is, you know, what everybody wants to avoid would be, let's say we're on a skyscraper on the 90th floor. What you want to avoid is falling to your death. And religious people are outside of the window, standing on the ledge, and they're like, yeah, this is solid ground. Like, okay, fair. As long as you stand on that ledge, you're probably not going to fall. But that doesn't mean that getting in the fucking window and getting in the building isn't a better way not to fall. And until somebody can prove to me that there is no way for us to get into that building, there is no way for us to cross the threshold of that window, and that the ledge is our only way to stay from falling to our death, then I'm going to keep trying to get in the building. I'm going to keep trying to find the window. That is what intellectual honesty actually means. think I missed this one. Carl said there are a lot of ARPists and murderers that have no dogma at all. How do you explain that? Well, I mean, some people are just bad people. Like, there's no ideology that's there's no ideology that's going to give us utopia. That's just a fear. Like, there's always gonna be bad people. So I don't feel like that has anything to do with dogma. There's bad people with dogma. There's bad people with no dogma, and I just explained that there's bad people. Bad people are gonna be bad. I think there's definitely let's put it this way. There's a lot of ARPists and murderers that have no dogma at all. But how many people are paying and murdering in the name of their lack of dogma versus how many are doing that in the name of their God? That's the question we need to be answering. Because, like you said, dogma or no, most people don't do these things, and some people on either side do. So clearly dogma is not the through line there. There's always going to be bad people. We cannot escape that. What we can do is escape built-in excuses to do shit like this. Like, God told me. How many mothers have drowned their children because they're fucking insane? And they think, oh, God told me to do it. You cannot get that woman to drown her children without dogma. It cannot happen. Can she still drown the children? Of course. But she's in no way going to be able to do it thinking she's doing the right thing. In a rational mind, I mean. Where are we at here? Next, and I think morality led to religion, not religion led to morality. Agreed. Funkmaster said brushing your teeth is so 2023. Hey, whatever floats your boat, homie. Whatever floats your boat. And Nick agrees. Fuck brushing your teeth. No, I'm kidding. I know that was for something else, but funny. Thinking about it, said it maybe just be my TV, but your sound effects come in loud. Yeah. When we talking about this, how it doesn't come through the system, it comes out the speaker here because I can't get it to work. But yeah, when you hear that, it comes out of. I can't get it to go through the system. I don't know why. It drives me insane, but it is what it is. All right, diving back in here. Let's do it.
I think that there's something, it's one of the worst things about atheism, in my opinion, is that it almost like, it tells you to dismiss all of that.
Again, leftism. That's what leftism does.
Now, I'm not saying strictly it has to. Like, you could be an atheist and still think about these things, but often, in effect, it has this effect of like, dismiss all this stuff, you already know, it's all nonsense. And where previous generations who were much more connected to God and religion, their starting place was always to appreciate how beautiful this all is and how much bigger than you it is. And particularly today with like technological advances, it's just very easy to not appreciate that. Like I'm sure for a lot of people who are just alive today, we take for granted things that we have that are really big deals, like heat and air conditioning. Like that's a crazy, almost conquering of nature, that I could sit in the middle of the hot summer in 69-degree weather, because that's what I
69
decided the thermostat goes to. And if I want it to be 66 when I sleep, then I change the weather to 66 degrees. Like that's a crazy power. It's surviving a winter used to be a thing.
Shout out to Brandon Murphy in the building. Welcome to the party. So the leftist elitists are narcissistic of force-feeding their beliefs down our throats while they are careless of us. Well said, sir. Well said. Welcome to the party. Could not agree more.
Crazy power. It's surviving a winter used to be a thing. We don't feel that anymore. But if you were in that, if you don't have heat or air conditioning, then you immediately know that there's this much more powerful force than you, that you are just trying to live within, And for modern people, I think sometimes something will happen to you. A family member gets sick. You lose someone, like your parents die or something like that. And you're reminded that like, oh yeah, I'm this very small thing, and there's this much bigger force around me that I am powerless over, you know?
So what you're saying is that real, natural events in your life could strike you to start thinking in this way. And that what we need is people thinking this way, not necessarily people believing in a specific truth claim that may or may not lead them to think this way. This is the problem. Like the goal is always a secondary, or rather, the method is secondary. That okay, we want the goal of people, behaving well, people behaving civilized, and then we say the only way is God. But these people already don't believe in God. So either they're fucked, and if they're fucked, we're fucked, or there has to be a different way. Those are the options. Either we're all fucked, or there's some other way to be a moral human being and being productive in society without believing in God. Those are the options. Those are the options. Feels like winter all the time now. Not here. It is hot. I mean, it's been a little rainy and cool for the last couple of days, but we had a heat wave. Winter is definitely coming, but I'm not worried about the Night King.
Very small thing, and there's this much bigger force around me that I am powerless over, you know? But like that, I think that what Tucker's getting at there is that it's very easy for us today to pretend that's not the case. And then also, as you were getting, like, all of the elite are pushing on us to believe that's not the case.
We know they believe.
Yes,
yeah.
but also, and there's a...
So how do you know? I would love to know how you, Candace Owens, how do you know that this crazy satanic occult shit that they believe in is wrong? How did you come to that conclusion? What if they're right? What if the world is just an evil place? Do you know that's not the case? Because it seems like you're just claiming that. Just saying things.
Huge, look, the transgender thing is much bigger than just the transgender thing. And it's a huge part to what you had said before, the idea that that we are in control. So the first thing is that there's no God there. We're the gods. But then the point that you made before about like if we could get everyone to look at an apple and say it's a banana. Right. I mean, there's no question that's like, isn't that just like a massive version of that? It's not just that they require, listen,
yeah, it is a massive version of that. Everybody saying, oh no, yeah, okay, this thing that we don't understand, we're all going to call it God and pretend we understand it. That's exactly what's happening.
I'm a radical libertarian. I believe adults ought to be free to do whatever they want to do. I don't, that is my starting point. Is like, I believe you own your body and you can do what you want with it. But that's not the trans demand. The trans demand isn't that you say adults have the right to do what they want to do. It's that's a woman. You must say that's a woman. That's the whole game here, is that we can get everybody to look at what you damn well know is not a woman and publicly profess that it is. And they almost got everyone to do it.
Thank you, buddy. Very, very much appreciated. And speaking of that, we did just cross the 3 hours. So thanks to Unwanted Foe and Funkmaster. We're going to keep it going a little bit longer. But if you want to keep that party raging, you know how to do it. And of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty.
As skincare. There are still people, obviously, who are changing their lives in this direction. It's like, what is that if not a demonic possession? And I think for me now, I look.
That's a good question. What is it if it's not demonic possession? I don't know, because you refuse to entertain anything other than it has to be in this Christian way of thinking. I don't know. We're not able to explore that because of the way that you are so dogmatic in your belief. I don't know. I would love to know, and I think you would love to know too. But you cannot know because you are stuck in the dark ages. Hey, there he is, the God Daddy himself, Cody Brooks. Welcome to the party. He said 3 hours at Dave Smith. I was taking a nap. Smith is my boy. I've convinced most people I know in person to vote for him when he was in the running. Yeah, if he had ran, I would have. I think if he ran, I would have voted for him. I mean, I think the support for Trump is enough, and I'm too. How do I say this? I'm more closely aligned with Dave than Trump, despite thinking that Trump is what we need. That I don't think Dave could win an election, but for those reasons, I think I would have casted that vote. But agreed. Welcome to our boy Cody Brooks, the God Daddy. I'm just the Indian Jesus, but this is the God Daddy. And a shout out again to the unwanted foe. I don't know why I keep saying the, but unwanted foe. Let's give him a little treatsy treat. So we're late for communion, and you guys know what that means. The party rages on. Let's do it.
Lives in this direction. It's like, what is that if not a demonic possession? And I think for me now, I look at things like psychology. When I studied Sigmund Freud, it's really scary how every person that we learn about in school that they were a hero was actually a pervert. No, it's terrifying to us. They basically, what's happening in the public school system is an inversion. It's like, you hated McCarthy. No. He knew what he was talking about. Communists were taking over the American government. You absolutely loved Sigmund Freud, this like psychology breakthrough. It's like, no, this is when they realized that they could just like use psychology to modify human behavior. Sigmund Freud, as a fact, I don't know if you know this, Sigmund Freud was a person who created psychoanalysis. This has got me in a lot of trouble with journalists a long time ago. And they, of course, didn't debunk anything I said. They just called me anti-Semite because Sigmund Freud's Jewish. Like, who cares? Like, I didn't even mention who cares if he's Jewish, right? He created psychoanalysis because he had a bunch of women that were coming to him saying that they were being raped by their fathers. He was friends with their fathers, okay? And so he created psychoanalysis to convince them that their memories were wrong and they were actually attracted to their fathers, okay? Sigmund Freud was a homosexual man. He had a affair. One of these such fathers was his best friends. I'm blanking.
Coke addict too.
Yes,
I was gonna say
drugs as well.
Mad cocaine.
Hero in our textbooks, but his best friend Robert. I'm blanking on his last name, and I actually probably look it up.
Blake? She's talking about Robert, but no, that's something different. But yeah, I mean, so I have a degree in psychology, and the way that this is that this man is revered. Now, I definitely don't think that great thinkers should be, excluded from history because they weren't great people. I mean, pick anybody, pick any historical figure, and you're guaranteed there's something here, there, or otherwise. I mean, even Martin Luther King was cheating on his wife, right? So, I mean, we have we have a lot to see, but it's overlooked. It's overlooked completely, and it was specifically within psychology. The mind of the psychologist is relevant, and that doesn't mean that the things that were developed based on Freud's thinking weren't good or relevant or accurate. But I never heard about these things until I looked on my own and did stuff, after I graduated. Excuse me. Thinking about us, I don't remember her begging the question so much when I watched it. Yep. Cody said, never heard that about Freud, but I'm a young guy anyway. I said, shit, me too. Carl said, Ed Bernays was Freud's cousin or nephew. Yeah, they're definitely related. All right, I will check that out. Let's dive back in here. Actually, you know what? Okay, I want to. So there's a part where they are talking a little bit more about religion. So let's go to that.
Take whatever.
Because we're definitely, obviously, not going to be able to get through the whole thing. But let's see.
Statism, like every inch of the government. Take whatever, like you could pick anything. Take Social Security. And it's like, okay, well, what was Social Security before there was Social Security? It's like,
yeah. So before we move on with that, Nick is saying there's a negative correlation between large-scale atheism and crime. More secular countries have lower violent crime rates. More secular U.S. states have the lowest violent crime rates. Most religious U.S. states the highest. The safest cities are either in less religious countries or when in the U.S. or in less religious states. I'm I would definitely need to see some sourcing on that. That doesn't make sense because, again, I do acknowledge that, dare I say, most atheists are just leftists, and atheism is just part of, you know, whatever. But worldwide, that makes sense. I don't know about in America, but take your word for it.
And it's like, okay, well, what was Social Security before there was Social Security? It's like, well, that was your family.
Yeah, your family.
You know, your
security.
family. Like the idea was like you took care of your kids when they were young and helpless, and then when you were old and helpless, they would take care of you. That was kind of the trade-off there, right? If you think about,
yeah, boomers ain't about that. They're like, no, I want to be taken care of forever. Fuck the kids.
Okay, so before public schools, who was doing the teaching? Well, it was the family, or it was the community, it was the church. You know, if you think about even like the way people kind of like very weirdly worship political figures, you know, you think during COVID, like if you remember the Cuomo sexual stuff
for Fauci,
the
in the
Fauci
yard.
things, yeah, there's like
Fauci
very weird. It's like,
candle.
okay, so who?
Put a one in the chat if you've never seen the Fauci candle.
At every inch of this, you see like, hey, who's government's competition? The family, the community, the church.
Yeah.
That's their competition. That's who they're in business against. So why now I go, well, why is it that all of the halls of power are constantly demonizing the family, masculinity, the community, religion, you know, like all the
Really? Oh, guys, I mean, check this shit out. They've had well, let's just go to images. So they had the basic one here. That's one Fauci. They had the Fauci Jesus. Yeah, all of these. What does this one say? Saint Fauci, the Valiant. Saint Fauci the Valiant. And of course, these are not Catholics who are yeah, right. These are not Catholics who are getting these candles. It's a gag thing. But I mean, this one's not even a fucking prayer candle. It's just, I don't know if this is real. Is this real? There's no way this is real. This is a real thing. You can buy calming Fauci scented candle for $15. What are we doing? What are we doing? Sounds like a golden idol they're worshiping. Yep. Cody said, I live in West Texas, and they actually have an aisle in the grocery store for prayer candles. The weirdest one I found is Pancho Villa. Still looking for a Fauci. Added to the cart. Yeah, right. I mean, if you, hey, I'll drive. If you got, well, Google Fauci candle. If you guys want to buy me one and put in the set, I will happily take that. But I am not spending my money on that bullshit. Fuck Fauci. I won't even call him doctor. The family, masculinity, the community, religion, you know, like all the things that are in competition with government. I mean, and the more like totalitarian that states become, the more necessary it is to squash all of those things. I mean, in fact, you can't have them because it's just, look, people who have strong families, which are, you know, okay, as everybody knows, always led by strong masculinity. I mean, that's the way you have strong families. They don't really exist without that, okay? Yep.
So without strong men and strong family, people who have those strong families are independent. They don't need to be dependent on the government. The government relies on you being dependent on them. And in terms of like organized religion, it's just all of those people, right, who you say, who are putting Fauci, you know, worshiping Fauci as a god or worshiping Andrew Cuomo or whoever it might be. None of them were devout religious people. Because devout religious people don't worship other people. That's like one characteristic that they have because they already have their God.
Explain the Catholic saints then, sir. I call bullshit.
They're not looking for another God to worship. You know what I mean? And
they're looking for a lot of saints, though.
In fact, almost.
Now, let's not forget the Virgin Mary.
Every single.
Let's not forget St. Peter.
Single religion. Almost.
And let's not forget the Trinity. I mean, that's three different things, right?
Not looking for another God to worship. You know what I mean? And in fact, almost every single religion, almost everyone, you know, like in the first commandment is almost always don't worship things that aren't God. You only worship God. That's what makes him God. And if you're
just me, don't watch any other YouTube channels, just me. Yeah, that deserves worship.
They're worshiping something else like it's God, whether that's yourself or another person or just a symbol. That's blasphemy, because you're not supposed. And so there's something that is deeply powerful in that. But like, even if you're not religious, even just like from an atheist perspective, there's something.
Oh, he's going to tell us from the atheist perspective. All right, we're going to hear what I think from the Jewish man. But shout out to St. Bernard's. Yeah, lots of slobber, but lots of love. Slobber is love, baby. Slobber is love. You know what I mean? Ha! Tua! Spit on that thing. All right, from an atheist perspective, says the Jewish man,
is deeply powerful in that. But like,
well, no, it's not worth the buckle. But I don't remember this part, so I'm not just saying this because I remember him. Whatever. I will guarantee. I guarantee that he says something along the lines of, "I had an atheist phase. I used to be atheist when I was younger. I didn't believe," or whatever. It's always the people who say that when they had an atheist phase. This was them just not thinking about spirituality. That's different than being an atheist and finding your spirituality without a God versus just stepping away from spirituality and then coming back to the same spirituality. I guarantee you there's something. Hit up the membership.
Even if you're not religious, even if just like from an atheist perspective, there's something powerful about that, because it robs would-be tyrants of their ability to put themselves forward as a god, which, by the way, they always do.
Right, and that's the reason why in these communist societies they didn't allow faith. They basically said you're not allowed.
Okay, fair enough.
To be faithful, because they wanted your only faith to be government, and that's one of the things. I actually don't believe in atheism. I think you just transfer your faith into something else, and usually that thing is man, right? And you see that
usually that thing is man. Why is that thing usually man? Man or government or why? It's almost as if we know that people aren't going to believe in this dogma, and yet we leave them out to dry. And so what do? The wrong thing. Put their faith in the wrong thing. Act dogmatically towards the wrong thing. So if people are going to be tribalistic and dogmatic, should we not have a moral structure that they can adopt once they get rid of their religion?
happen so often with people that are not faithful. They are radically, they believe in man. And I saw that with Sam Harris. I had the dweebiest conversation with him ever during COVID. He like attacked me for like going outside publicly. And I was like, dude, you sound unhinged. And literally he sounded like he was in a bunker. Like Dave Rubin got me to get on the phone with him. He's like, you two are both my friends. Like, just speak through this. And when I got on the phone with him, he was just like, you don't understand. It's gonna be gurneys in the street. Like, I'm keeping my like family inside. We're not going anywhere. And I listened to him like out of respect. But then I hung up the phone and I turned to my husband. I was literally about to go into an event and shake hands. I was like, that man is like literally insane. He's insane, but he's an atheist. So actually,
yes,
there's if you believe that this is it,
he's pretty religious,
right? This is it. This is it. There's nothing more to life but you living on this earth. You will worship whatever is created to give you one more day on this earth, and that is what Sam Harris became. So mask.
And I agree. I agree that that's what Sam Harris became. But that's because Sam Harris is a dogmatic moron. Okay, he's not a moron. He's very intelligent. But again, as we've discussed, that a dogma supersedes intellect. There's this, the correlation is not causation. It doesn't matter how strong that correlation is. And until y'all understand that, you're going to continue to be barking up the wrong tree, alienating people who agree with you and will help you create the society that you want, and giving it to the people who you hate and hate you. Sorry, just the messenger.
Social distancing.
Right.
These are your new sacraments. Dr. Fauci is your God. You're not an atheist, bro. Okay, you're a humanist. Like, you believe in humans so much that are going to rescue you and keep you alive. That actually that is your faith. Like,
yeah. So maybe we should think of something else.
You believe in man.
The greatest flaw in atheism is that it doesn't exist.
Right. It doesn't exist.
Dave, that was the cringiest thing I've ever heard you say. I wish atheism didn't exist. I wish we lived in a world where the notion of theism, and therefore atheism, didn't exist. That is the goal The goal is to get to a place where, wait, you believe in a thing that you have no evidence for as your answer to the universe? That is silly. What do you mean atheism doesn't exist? What does that mean? The position of not believing in a god or gods doesn't exist? So now you can tell me what's in my mind and my heart, because you just know you have such a close connection to the creator of the universe that you can't really define very well or communicate with or understand in any possible way. You know for sure that my position not only is wrong, but doesn't even exist.
What?
King said, his thing is like how I thought it meant you knew. Oh, he thinks like how I thought it meant you knew for sure. There's nothing. I'm being charitable. Yeah, I agree. I agree that they're talking about the hardline atheism, where the militant atheism, where you're going to go out of your way to tell people, oh, your God is whatever. Like Funkmaster was he and I were just having a rather heated discussion about this. About demanding evidence. And, I wanted to make it very clear that when I demand evidence from people who claim they have it. Proof of God's existence from himself, I request God, if there is a way that you could convince me that you exist. I don't know what that would be, but you obviously do. So I request, in the most humble of ways, if you do exist, please give me some way to understand that. And if he does exist and chooses to say, nah, fuck you, bro, then what do you want from me? I'm just a human. It's God who's not doing his part. I said, okay, I guess I'm just imagining what I believe, right? Apparently, you don't actually believe what you believe, or don't believe what you don't believe, because Dave Smith says it doesn't exist.
The greatest flaw in atheism is that it doesn't exist.
Right, it doesn't exist.
That's really the problem.
I
There's no
love
such
that.
thing.
I love that. Oh my God, that's like so deep. Like,
exists. You see it all the time. As somebody who says they're a devout atheist, and then whatever their thing is, it's like January 6th was an insurrection and threat to our democracy, and it's like religion.
Yep, climate change, religion. The world's going to end. I'm like, you're actually
religion.
They're cults, but they're all little cults.
By the way,
right?
it's liberty.
Agreed. What does that have to do with atheism? It just paves the way for people to believe in stupid shit. And so again, if we know that in the last 20 years, belief in God has been dropping, then why don't we want a replacement? You've lost the battle. There's a slight uptick now, but that is a honeymoon thing. In 5 years, we will still be on the trajectory of less people believing in God. So again, either you keep the sanctity of your little group that believes all the right things and knows everything about the universe, and you lose politically, or you open up your group to people who believe slightly different things but still want the same society that you do, and you win. Those are the options. Those are the only options. Coach says, I don't go to politicians to talk religion. I reserve that for pastors and priests. Well, I mean, I feel like that's like saying, well, when I want to hear about what how the New England Patriots work, I don't go to a sports journalist. I go right to the coach. See, you might have an issue there, because obviously pastors and priests have an incentive to not be honest with what they actually believe. And there's a very large group called the what is it called? The Ex-Clergy Project or something? clergy group. Okay, the Clergy Project. Clergy Project is a non-profit organization based in the U.S. that provides peer support to current and former religious leaders who no longer believe in a god or supernatural elements. So even if those pastors and priests do believe what I believe and what the politicians believe, they have a very strong reason not to be honest with you. So maybe the people who are make their living on a certain thing being true, maybe they're not the best people to determine whether or not that thing that they depend on is actually true. Funkmaster said, what if Morty looked at you and said, nah, fuck you, bro, before going back to assaulting his junk? That's a pretty regular occurrence. Mind Delusion said, you don't believe in God because Satan is a fun one to say too. Yep. Too often. Cody said, Vivek said that when asked about being a Hindu during the primaries, Vivek said that when asked about being Hindu during the primaries, and I kind of get it. That's why I say why she's asking Dave Smith so much about religion. Good point. Hopefully, I mean, I'm sure. Let's see. Actually, let's see. I wonder if they've claimed this yet. Oh no! Wow, they are actually giving me money. Wow, look at that! YouTube's giving me 30 cents for every 700 views. Amazing. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Well, there you go, bro. There's a god. Yep. Damn it! You got me, brother. You got me.
Religion,
the world's gonna end. I'm like, you're actually
religion.
cults. They're all little cults.
By the way,
right?
this libertarianism is another one. I've seen this out of like hardcore atheist libertarians, where then libertarianism becomes their religion. I mean, like all of this stuff. It's like the desire to worship is so hardwired in us.
So maybe we should provide something to worship that isn't evil.
That you just can't get out. You can't get out of it.
Right. You can't get out of it. So stop trying to get out of it by saying this is the only way. If you don't go our way, then this is not the only way. You can't get out of it.
You're going to worship something. And then,
exactly.
And what ends up happening is that if you don't have God in your life, then whatever is next in line, like whatever your highest thing is, becomes your God.
Desire for people to live as best as they can with the most possible well-being and society being as best as it possibly could be. Yeah, I worship that. Because you know what that's never done? Killed innocent people, allowed rape, given instructions for slavery. The list goes on.
Like and I don't mean that like literally, like you don't necessarily have to ascribe supernatural like elements to it.
Okay, well, that's according to what you're talking about, what God is. So how do I believe in a God without believing in the supernatural, according to what you're saying?
But it kind of doesn't matter. It's like once it's
it doesn't matter.
At the top of your hierarchy, it's kind of like you're going to end up worshiping this in some sense. That's not just in a rational way, in an irrational way, because we're not rational creatures, at least not entirely. And you know, that could be not so bad.
They're so fucking close. You're like, yes, you get it. But this is like, again, going back to the building and standing on the ledge versus going inside the fucking window and just being in the building. There's a bunch of people thinking that there's a bunch of leftists who think they can fly and just fly out, jump out the window and jump to their death. And your solution is, no. Everybody stay on the ledge. At the ledge. Without the ledge, you're going to fall. You need the ledge. Unless you go inside the building. Prove to me that the ledge is all we have. And you win. You win. Prove to me that there is no building. Prove to me that there is no window that we can climb inside. As soon as anyone in the world can do that, then my entire platform changes. But guess what? You can't do that. You can't do that. And there's a lot of people, whether they're jumping out the window or they're standing inside, that know that ledge is not the best option. Wonderful. It's time to call up Dave and have him on the show. He needs a little push in the right direction. Oh yeah, let me just hit him up. All right, let's see. I have his number here somewhere. Well, let's see. We tried.
Bad. Like if you, let's say you're in like a really great marriage and you really love your kids, and that's the most important thing to you. Like you don't have God in your life, but like you have a really great marriage and you're really good to your kids. And that almost kind of becomes like what you worship. That's okay. You know, like that could be all right. You could still be like a good person and get through that. But man, like if you don't have that also, like if you don't have a marriage and you don't have kids and you don't have God, whatever the next thing, which almost always ends up being yourself in one form or another, you end up like creating this religion to yourself. I mean, look.
So maybe, like I have a brand new idea that I've never talked about before. Maybe if we create like a secular moral structure, then the people who don't believe in God, they're not going to believe in all the same things you do. But we have a non-God related structure where all the things that you believe people should do are included. Not because somebody that you can't prove exists told you so, but because objectively they make all of our lives better. Let's do that. So, I mean, you know, they go on and on and on and do that thing. And my delusion, maybe you're God. Maybe you're God. We don't know. I wouldn't claim, or I wouldn't propose to have the arrogance to claim that I know whether or not you're God, or I am God, or Dave Smith is God, or Candace Owens, or King Nirvana, or the God Daddy himself. I don't know. And if you claim you do, you're probably wrong. So just keep an open mind. Stick with it. Let's continue having these conversations. Let's continue learning about this. Let's continue sharing our spiritual experiences so that we can find a through line and figure out what the fuck is actually going on so that we can stop using silly words like God that doesn't mean anything. Spiritual, which barely means anything. Let's do better. That's what I'm for. I don't know about y'all, but that's what I'm for. King Nirvana said, when will you be streaming again? Do you have a schedule somewhere? Yes, I am alive every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and whenever I feel like it. So, yeah, I do try to do 6 days a week, but those, I'm not sure. But definitely Monday, Wednesday. I mean, obviously, last night I had to cancel. But every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and of course whenever I feel like it. So yeah, on like Tuesday, Thursdays, and the weekends, I'll usually do more of the vertical streams and try to bring in some new people. But the landscape streams here, these are for us to be able to have enough time to dive into the things that you guys are saying and actually explore these conversations. As we're getting numbers like 15,000 views and 100 concurrent viewers on the vertical streams. That I'm still new to and working on how to do that. But that's going to get cleaner as I go on. But yes, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. That is where I will be in this chair, unless there is a reason that I cannot. I promise you guys that there is nothing more important in the world to me than being here in this chair behind that camera talking to you Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. We missed the prenup. Oh, there we go. Let's dilly for a prenup before we head out. And of course, we gotta thank our boy, unwanted foe, who thinks Kamala is the best president forever. The best president forever. That could have been funny if I didn't trip over my words. But thank you for the communion as well. And of course, our sponsor of the stream, Funk Master General, who believes in dogs and also likes turtles. Guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out with me. I am already in the after party. If you are a member of this channel, you should be in Discord and you should be in the after party. I see Nick in there already, and I'm hoping to see a few more of you when I get in there. So thank you again so very, very, very much for hanging out. Whether you were able to donate, whether you were able to, join any of that stuff, as long as you are here, as long as you are part of the conversation, as long as you are hitting that like button, share the video, all that kind of stuff, that helps just as much as the monetary stuff. Shout out to look at we got Trick Taylor 1983 said, Lord, I'm the Lord and Savior. What the hell is going on? We got Carl's Frosted Tips, welcome to the party. We got Paterno 20 in the building. The Shuli Network. I can't even keep up. Where we at? I got you all. The Shuli Network. We got Nordic Born. Y'all better be hitting that like button. What's good? Jordan Greer in the building said, if I drink 4 beers in an hour, how many beers after 2 hours? Two more. Dan Tanner in the building. Welcome. Said, will there be pussy at the after party? I think so. Not usually, but I think so. We also got Bob's Last Smoke. Welcome. We got some super chats in the building. Shout out to El Diablo. And of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty. Yummy. Have I ever heard of John Melendez? No, I have not. But thank you very, very much. We also got Dixon. Said, what's up? I don't know what Skull is, but shout out to Skull. Let's do this shit. Thank you. Let's get another treat for Morty. He is loving it. I think we might have to keep going. Shout out to Pete D. Said, do you know who Stuttering John is? No, but I'd like to meet him. Thank you for coming through, and thank you for the $2, as Morty very much appreciates. We got Painkiller. Oh, I like the name. Said, Shuli is our God. We serve TSN. Just roll with it. I will. Thank you so much, Painkiller. We got another one for our boy. Shout out to Colin Madden. Skull gang. I don't know what it is, but I love it. I love you all. Thank you. We also got Reverend Fugly with the $5. Said, I got my keychain, and I really feel like my life has turned around. Well, Reverend, that's amazing. I'm so glad to hear. Thank you so very, very much. We are rolling. We got Guillermo, handyman to the stars. So she can be running a newsstand. That's my uncle. Come again, please. Thank you very much. And of course, again, we get the treat. Oh, we gotta get him on camera. The treat for Morty. You guys are making him so happy. Shout out to Carl's Frosted Tips. So have you seen Kyle? I have seen a Kyle before. There's been a Kyle in my life before. That is something that I've experienced. Welcome, and thank you so much. I'm falling behind. Oh, you guys are blessing me like a motherfucker. Thank you so much. Shout out to Dixon Cider. So, do you Rob Saul your dog? I'm going to go with no, but I don't know what that means. So I'm just going to be safe and say no. Shout out to Ghost Crusaders TV. Said it's Siobhan Harris. I don't know who that is, but Morty is loving it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Byron Granger in the building said TSN sent us. Oh, where's my applause? There we go. You deserve an applause. You deserve an applause. Said TSN sent us. Oh, sorry. Wrong way. Wrong way. There we go. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Ice Wallow. Come. Fair enough. Side Chick Chuck. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Said you're Indian Cat Williams. I'll take it. I'll take it. Side Kick Chuck. Another one here for Morty. He's going to throw up. He's going to throw up. He's loving it so much. Shout out to Big Daddy Dodo. Said, keep your dog away from Rob Saul. Trust me. See, I had the idea. I thought that was going to be a little sus. So thank you, Big Daddy Dodo, for the warning to keep him away from Rob Saul. Not that I know who it is, but I will take your word for it. Shout out to Tony Baloney. Said Morty's gonna be full. Indeed he is, but he deserves it. You guys, I don't know what the hell is happening, but I am very... Did you drop it, you dumbass? You dropped it. He dropped it. I don't know what is happening, but guys, I am so grateful. Like, we were literally about to be... Let's just keep moving to Reverend Buckley. So are there zookeepers in India? Are you guys called snake chimers? Yeah, no. We don't have zookeepers. What you mean? We just thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Here we got. I mean, he's for real gonna get sick. So let's do it. Oh, there we go. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Shout out to BR Longhorn. Said long live TSN. What is TSN? We need to find out what is TSN. TSN, whoever or whatever TSN is, I owe you the sports network. I'm going to assume that's not what y'all mean. But either way, I'm loving it. Shout out to TSN. Shout out to Jordan Greer. There's a barbecue restaurant. Play it frog. Word up. Word up. I love frogs. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And again, every donation comes with a treat for Morty. He's loving it. He's loving it. Diablo all the way from Canada said, you smoke weed? I said, hell yeah. And how big is my hog? That's for the members only. You know what I mean? But thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We got Dan Tanner with another $2. My goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Where were you? I've been here. I've been here. I've been here. Never leave. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We got Jay Dead. Said, warn your dog. Be on the lookout for Rob Saul. All right, Morty. Listen to me. Be on the lookout. Okay? This is serious business. Rob Saul is trying to fuck your shit, according to the chat. So I'm going to give you this because Jay Dead has got your back. You got it? All right. Get it. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Jay. Bob's Fake Pool said Bob's pool is leaking and he has no lights. Get some fucking lights. Get the lights. The lights. We need the lights. Where's the applause? Thank you, Bob's Fake Pool. Shout out to Frank. Said, who will win the case, SJ or Vince the lawyer? I'm going to go with Vince the lawyer. Like, I mean, we're talking my cousin Vinny, right? I mean, that's the way to go. Thank you so very, very much. And Morty, again, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Reverend, again. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, thank you so much. I'm the Indian Rob. I thought Rob Saul was not good. Whoa. I don't want to be somebody that's bad. I want to be somebody that's cool. I think I'm cool. I don't know. You guys are cool, and I appreciate it. Shout out to Road Glide Vic. Said, don't mess with the Duke Skull. I will take your advice. If I ever encounter the Duke Skull, I will not mess with it, him, her, it thing. Either way. Shout out to Kitty. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love me some barbecue. I was about to have some ribs tonight. I was going to give some to him, but I don't think he needs any more. You guys are, again, I don't know what is happening, but I am so very grateful for whatever the fuck is happening right now. Especially, we got Maud Levy in the building. Said, sending the good word from Reverend Bob Levy's Born Wrong Ministries. Hope everything is great at the 7-Eleven. Thank you. Come again. Let's get this out of the way so our boy can get his due. Thank you, Maud. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We also got Kevin A. Said, have you ever had puddle chicken? Never had puddle chicken, but Morty has had more treats. So, yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Worst Viking ever. Oh, don't be hard on yourself. Don't be hard on yourself. I'm sure there's a worse Viking than you. You're the first Viking that's ever given me money, so you're definitely not the worst Viking ever. So the Duke has his credits. What say you, hack? What? I don't know what that means, but dilly dilly. Food for the puppy. Who can forget this? Said hoop-hearted, ice melted. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got Mule with that nice pic, that profile picture. Appreciate that. Said, beware of T-head Florida neck. All right, so I got to look out for Rob Saul. We got to look out for T-head Florida neck. What was the other one? Skull? No, Skull's good, right? Skull is good, and the other two are bad. I think I'm keeping up. Carl's Frosted Tips again. Said my uncle Hal Hitler won't let me concentrate in the train schedule for school. How dare he? He should let you do whatever you want to do, right? Whatever you want to do. Yummy, yummy, yummy. There we go. There we go. And look, shout out to Texas Long Dog with the 10 gifted memberships. Shout out to any of you who got a membership. Make sure you join the Discord, guys. Send me a DM and let me know that you did, in fact, get a membership, and you get full access to the Discord server. We are headed over to the after party as soon as you guys are done blessing me. I will stay here as long as we need. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Guillermo, handyman to the stars, coming again and said, do you have indoor plumbing? No, I'm Indian. I'm brown. I poop outside. Don't you know? Don't you know? We just poop outside. Here we go. Morning, Mort. Morning, Mort. There's more. There's more. There's more. Yeah. Oh, don't even let don't let it hit you. Shout out to Gary Haggerty. Said, tell us your 1992 story, please. Well, in 1992, I was 2 years old until November. So I don't quite remember, but it was a good time. It was a good time. 92. I mean, you know, that's a prime year. Shout out to Dan Tanner, another 5 gifted memberships. Guys, if you got a membership, again, make sure you join up in the Discord. So, oh, there you go. There you go. Join up in the Discord so that you can be part of the after party. I would love to. He stole one. He stole one. That one's for Danzig Lizard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, he might just explode. He might just explode, but we ain't complaining. Shout out to Pete D. Said the Dabbleverse needs you. Again, whatever that is, I am here for you all. I am here for you all. Join the Discord. Let me know what the fuck any of this means, and I am there for it. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very much. More treats for Morty. Oh, Dixon, another 5 gifted memberships. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You guys are amazing. And you know what that means? You know what that means? I think we are way above. Let me check here. Yeah, we are way above our limit for getting Morty some new peanut butter. So let's go through the rest of these and get Morty his top tier snack that you guys have helped earn. Thank you so much. El Diablo said TSN makes fun of stuttering John. Join us. Let me know where to join you, and I will join you. The Dung Show said Stones or Beatles. I'm gonna go Stones. I think Beatles were more they had a bigger impact on society in general, but Stones have better music. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not. Thank you. The Dunk Show. And again, all of these, you guys. Well, let me do this first. Let's drive up one more. Said we who are about to dabble. Salute you. Dabble like in some weed, because I'm about to do that too. Hold on 1 second. This is what you guys have earned, my dog. Give me 1 second here. Thank you. Again, we also got Kitty. Check it out. So I use peanut butter for my morning shakes, and then when I'm done, I can't really get much more out of that. If we can hit a certain goal, which you guys have graciously helped us reach, that goes to Morty. He loves it. Oh, thank you. Shout out to the Shuli Network. Shout out to John's Earmites. Said, remember to keep dabbling. Always. Thank you, Maggie Lynn, for another 5 gifted memberships. Oh my goodness. Again, guys, if you have been gifted a membership, make sure you join the Discord. I see a bunch of new people. Awesome. Make sure you send me a DM. Let me know what your name on YouTube is, and you will be able to join the after party. Tricky Taylor, I said, look behind you. You realize I can see the screen, right? I can already look behind me by just looking right here. But good one. Again, he is loving it. Thank you, sir. Oh, the Shuli. Okay, TSN, the Shuli Network. There we go. Okay, that's what I'm putting 2 and 2 together. The Shuli Network. Subscribed. What do we got here?
Dues payer.
Oh, this is a 4-hour thing. All right, obviously I can't go through a 4.
Favorite DJ
That's why nobody talks to Andy. He's
That's his
boring.
worst one.
Yeah. Frog, show no mercy. Stuttering John is messing around with the wrong lily pad. Boom.
Awesome. Alert, frog.
If honeybees make honey, what kind of bees make milk? Boobies. Oh yeah. And FSJ. Let's go. That's
good one. Holy shit, that's a fucking
Is that fucking is this what's his name? Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Is this who this is? That's him, right? Yo, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Let's keep going. You guys are amazing. The Texas Long Dog said there's a spot open for you at TSN. Checked out. Very much approved. I definitely will have to get in touch with you. Oh, the Shuli Network said you are welcome on our channel anytime. Is there an email or something that I could reach you guys? And thank you guys so much for this. Like, I don't know if you understand that this is the craziest thing that's ever happened to me. And you're warming my heart. You're warming my heart. So yeah, get in touch and we will make it happen. Am I from the Dabbler cast? No, I'm the top tier. I'm top tier. What do they call that? The Brahmin? Is that what that is? I think so. I don't remember, but either way, I'm a king, baby. Colin Madden with the $5 said, my wife is a beautiful black queen. Sell her your hair. How much? Oof. I mean, it's kind of my brand, but like, I got to get a haircut for my sister's wedding, and I got about that much to give away. So again, send me a DM. We will work someone out. Kelly Clarkson is indeed beautiful. Welcome. So does Jesus do the third input? That sounds gay, but not that there's anything wrong with that. But if it is, then no, that ain't my bag. That ain't my bag. But if it's yours, then hey, do you. Shout out to El Diablo. Said Nick, last name Gers, sent me here. Well, Gers, Mr. Gers, first name Nick. I appreciate you, Mr. Gers. Thank you, El Diablo. Alstetter and Bob said, Skull. Remember, do not cross the Duke. I am very, very excited. As Texas Long Dog saying the same thing. I'm very excited to learn exactly what the hell that means. Shout out to TSN. Joe Corson, right. Said for the love of your father, stop with the treats. Oh no, the treats are going. The treats are going. They're just in peanut butter form because you guys cleaned me out, and I am not complaining. Thank you again, Joe Carson. Frank is back. Said Shuli, son of Nagaborn, in the land of Israel. All right, fair enough. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got Deang Lizard. Said, are you an espresso martini? No, I'm a pickleback shot. No, that was weak. That was gay. That was weak. Oh man, can we pretend I didn't say that? That was just very, very bad. But I'm gonna get a better joke for you. You deserve a better joke, Mr. Lizard. But thank you, thank you, thank you. The judge of the levels asked if I'm a fan of hashish. Hell yeah! I was late to the show. I was like, okay, 6:30. I was a little late because I was like, I want to make sure I have my joints rolled up before I go to bed and all that. So I get the king size raw cones, and then I'll fill them up. I'll fill it up with the top tier good, but I'll also take a little mini dab, and put it like near the end, and then another little mini dab near the top, so I get a little extra. Shout out to Mars and tell Bob he's muted. Bob. You're muted, Bob. You're muted, Bob. Calls Frosted Tips again. Said Trump 2024. Hell yeah, dilly to that. Said, are you in India or America? I'm in America. I've never been to India. I hear it's smelly and people shit on the streets. I'm American Jack and Jay all day. Trump 2024. That's what we talking about. Thank you again, guys. I mean, I'm at a loss for words. But goddamn. You guys are amazing. Shout out to Big Daddy Dodo. Said Mike Morse still hasn't sent me a keychain. Mike, what the fuck are you doing, bro? This is Big Daddy Dodo. I got you, bro. I got you. Send me his at, and I'll make sure Mike Morse gets you your goddamn keychain that you deserve. What do I see here? Somebody said dot or feather. Dot, baby. Dot or feather all day. Rev Fugly said that dog is gonna shit out its orange. I mean, he might, but he's gonna enjoy it all the way until then. Guillermo, Handyman to the stars. I've never seen hands that feminine. You're scary. Yeah, I'm like an enigma. It's almost like, holy shit, what is he even doing? Thank you, Jenny G. Thank you so very, very much. Said I'm born again, Jesus. You're a great sport. Well, I mean, it's kind of hard not to be a good sport when y'all just making it rain. Let's grab some more of these that we missed here. Let's see. I very, very, very much appreciate all of you guys. Let's see. That dog is definitely gonna explode. Dirky Threads says, stay away from bridges. You never know what lurks there. Well said. Oh, thank you. We were just about to be done. And you guys came in and blessed me. You blessed me. Oh, loving it. Thank you so much. Shout out to Carrie Ann. Said, I'm glad you're a good dog dad. Yes, thank you so very, very much. This is Morty, my dog. He's going to be 15 next week. So thank you. 92. Well, I mean, I had no responsibilities in 92, so I'm definitely not complaining about that. Okay, wait. So Carrie Ann said, Shuli Egar is our god. We are a cult. We are from a cult in the future. Well, wow. I'm definitely going to be taking some time to check this out. Whatever kind of contacts you got over there, we are definitely going to be in touch. Yeah, shout out to TSN. I'm speechless. You guys are amazing. You need my help with what? Can I write song parodies? Yeah, I think so. Potentially. Yes, I could come to Rochester next week. You can email me at TheIndianJesusOfficial@gmail.com. And yeah. Lost Keychain said you have a sense of humor, unlike Stuttering John. Well, you know, Stuttering John he stutters. Okay, it's all right. We don't judge people, and he's doing his best. So, just be nice to Stuttering John. Shout out to Kevin A. said hit the like and subscribe. Thank you, sir. Dilly to you. CDP said give Shuli a day off at the 7-Eleven. I will let me check. Thank you, come again. Thank you, come again. Does that work? Is that good enough? Flex 316 said that was a fucking fleshlight for a second. I don't even want to know what you're referring to. Lost Keychains. There we go. Rolling Stones. Let's do it. Yeah, Kumia. There we go. Anthony Kumia. That's him, right? Word up. There we go. Carrie Ann said, what are your views on Israelis who weighs shit and pays dues? I don't give a fuck. If it ain't in my country, I don't give a fuck. Worst Viking ever. You're awesome. And like I said, definitely not the worst Viking ever. Dilly. Another Trump 2024. I'll always say hell yeah to that. And yes, likes and subscribes are very, very, very much appreciated. Well, as Keith saying, said Jesus wasn't gay. You sure? You sure? I don't know. Oh, we hit the limit of Instagram. Sorry, Instagram, you're gone because the party is raging. Shout out to Joe, just slid into the Discord. There we go. Bob's last spoke said, "Do not feed your dog peanut butter with artificial sweeteners in it." Too late. Whoopsies. That's how it goes, right? Want to make sure I got all of the super chats. Good. Where's Viking said had an awesome weekend. I will have an awesome weekend because of you guys. Like, it would have been a pretty chill weekend, but now, like, this is my Saturday night, yo. I'm like, what? Yeah, you guys are great. Great. What else we got here? Oh, Flex, thank you so very, very, very much. And yes, Tony Baloney, absolutely big shout out to I apologize, the Shuli Network. Subscribe and I'm gonna ring that bell, and of course a big like on the video, because that's the least I could do. Thank you, Bob. I very much appreciate that. Painkiller, I am very excited. To be a part of this. So yeah, you guys are great. Yeah, King. Dilly, the TSN, the Shuli Network. Oh man, it's been fun. Indian, how much Jesus? What? Try that one more time. Hey, we got our boy Guns and Cafe in the building, coming out of a very, very unlikely moment, but loving it either way. Mr. Bubs is here. Welcome. I mean, we could keep going. We were gonna dip out, but like clearly you guys have blessed me to no end. Surely I will definitely check that out ASAP. Morty's he's gonna get close, and oh my boy, the Camcast. Well, yeah, that's how it works, right? You guys bless me, and the show rages on, the party rages on. Let's do it. So if you're just joining us, we are talking with shout out again, TSN Nation looks out for the little guys. I don't have any words. I don't have any words to express how grateful I am. I don't know who you guys are. I don't know why you picked me, but I am so grateful. I am so grateful. This is going to be used in a way that I don't know how long you were watching before you came in, but I was saying about how I want more than anything else to find a way to fix this country, to fix this world, to fix our ability to communicate with people who maybe don't necessarily agree with what we say. So again, guys, thank you so very much. I don't fit in a lot of places. That's why I had to create my own. And so for you guys to reach out like this, it means so much. It means so much. And as Camcast said, let's do this shit. Let's do this shit. So we're diving back in. They are talking about religion.
You worship. Great marriage and you tired. That's how, I mean that like literally like you know, in your life.
Okay.
Then whatever is next in line, like whatever your highest thing is, becomes your God. Like it's
fucking John.
And I don't mean that like literally, like you don't necessarily have to ascribe supernatural like elements to it, but it kind of doesn't matter. It's like once it's at the top of your hierarchy, it's kind of like you're going to end up worshiping this in some sense. That's not just in a rational way, in an irrational way, because we're not rational creatures, at least not entirely.
Sure, we're not rational creatures, but that doesn't mean that worship of something besides a god is inherently irrational. You could worship the desire to make America great again. That's not necessarily a bad thing.
And that could be not so bad. Like if let's say you're in like a really great marriage and you really love your kids, and that's the most important thing to you. Like you don't have God in your life, but like you have a really great marriage and you're really good to your kids. And that almost kind of becomes like what you worship. That's okay. Like that could be all right. You could still be like a good person and get through that. But man, like if you don't have that also, like if you don't have a marriage and you don't have kids and you don't have God, whatever the next thing, which almost always ends up being yourself in one form or another, you end up like creating this religion to yourself. I mean, look, when you see what's her name? Chelsea Handler, who's always constantly trying to convince everybody how happy she is. I'm like,
I love to masturbate, and that's the core of life. Shout out to Funk Master General with another $20. Said TSN is a quality bunch. And guys, I apologize. I have no idea who the sponsor is at this point. I am not prepared for this level of so here's what we're doing. We're just gonna put here's what am I gonna do. The sponsor of this stream is the Shuli Network. Boom. That's how we do that, because I have no way of calculating all of this stuff. But yeah, I mean, quality bunch. Thank you.
What's her name? Chelsea Handler, who's always constantly trying to convince everybody how happy she is. I'm like, maybe she is.
Like,
I don't know.
Pills, I'm really happy.
But it's like, she's like, skiing.
Like I just took 6 Xanax, I'm really happy.
Yeah, skiing in a bikini, smoking a blunt,
really
like chugging wine.
Yeah, like,
look how happy I am. He's like, no, this is a religious like service right now. You're just worshiping the self. I mean, and it's the lowest of it. Like, it's so much better. Even if you don't believe in God, like God is real, but even if you don't believe God is real, going to like a church and all being in a community. And
Carl's asking, when do I have shows? I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, as it is a Saturday night. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, I will always be there. But I do try to go live 6 days a week on Tuesday, Thursday, and the weekends. It's kind of wherever I can fit it in. But Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, be there or be square.
Going to like a church and all being in a community and all deciding that there's something more important than any of us, there's something greater than all of us. There's more important than us. And we're all going to worship that thing is so much better for you than worshiping yourself and just decadence and just like whatever feels good in this moment. I mean, like everything.
So Guillermo asks, are you in Jersey City or Edison? I'm kind of midway between, or actually, no, I'm a little bit further south of Edison, but generally central Jersey. Central Jersey, Jersey City is where my sister lives. That's where that wedding gonna be.
And just decadence, and just like whatever feels good in this moment. I mean, like everything.
Carl's heading out. Thank you, guys, again, to each and every one of you. Thank you so very, very much for being here.
We have everything about civilization comes down to time preference. In other words, to deferred gratification. Everything we have, including ourselves existing, like, is because for so many generations, people had kids and thought about the next generation and like worked first. You know, what's that old line that I'll end up butchering? But like, a man plants a tree, the shade of which he knows he'll never see, or whatever. It's like you're doing things for the future, you know, and that's what civilization is when you think about it. The essence of civilization is like, okay, we're going to start planting crops for next season. We're going to start building now. We won't have shelter now. We're going to start building now. Actually, right now is going to suck a lot more because we have to build something. We have to work. But later, it'll be a little bit better. It's always like putting.
We used to understand that, this idea of delayed gratification, that like, I want it now. Like, that's how children think. Adults have to work towards those things. And society's become so easy that people are just like, I want it now.
Your effort to something greater than just you right now in this moment. And even you next year could be something greater than just you in this moment right now. And that's what's so tragic about like militant atheism, is whether they mean to or not, they always end up robbing like the thing that's greater than you.
Yes. As an atheist, I can tell you that militant atheism is the most destructive thing to secular morality in existence. Remember before we were talking about, you know, how agnostic atheist, like what do those words mean? And Gnostic has to do with knowledge, and theism has to do with what you believe. And so if you think you know for a fact that no God exists, you don't. And that we can take you off the table as people who are serious individuals. If you're willing to say, I don't believe that, but of course it could be possible, then that's straight. It's a cafe. So the ancients planted it because they wanted beer year round. I mean, who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Which is the best part of life, by the way.
It really
is.
The
best part of life. Best part of life is, and this is a real, like, there's a seeming contradiction or an irony or something like that in it, right? But everybody knows this on some level. The best thing in life, the happiest you could ever be, is when you're putting other people above yourself.
I can't explain that in better words. I think that you've just described that so eloquently. And I regarding faith, that's what I try to tell people, is it lifts the burden. And it's one of the strangest things. Like, obviously my life has changed a lot this year, and people have asked me and they've checked in with me. And I remember being on this like Catholic pilgrimage, which is one of the things that I did right after. Literally, you walk 69 miles in 3 days. It's unbelievable. It's nothing, the pain that your body's going through, and you're walking in your little tribe. I was in the American Australian group, and you've got a priest and you're praying the rosary. And I remember having a conversation with this priest, and it's so hard to explain to people that when you fully accept, and it's not even accept, like, it's just an understanding. Like, now, really, honestly, history and politics even brought me closer to faith, because I was like, it's all about faith. You just don't realize it, that your faith is being converted. It lifts a burden. Like, to have to be your own God, that's why you're like awful, because you're not meant to do that. Like, you're not a God, and you're bad at that. But when you actually, you suck at that. Then when you actually realize that there's this huge picture, and that this is not it, and that God is real, I can't explain to you, there's like a lightness in my steps now. And I think that might be what is driving the media even more crazy about me, is that I'm happy suffering. Like, they're like, but we called you everything. We've called you everything short of a rapist, and we're working on that one. We've called you a self-hating Black person. We've called you an anti-Semite. We've called you a racist. We've called you a Holocaust denier. How are you still smiling and happy? And I'm like, dude, because I realize how small and meaningless that is. When you have
And that's a good point. But as Judge Levels is saying, let's not defend narcissism. Science flies you into space. Religion flies you into buildings. Another way to say this is that the only way to get a good man to contribute, or excuse me, to commit atrocities is dogma. And Morty, oh, such a sweet boy. Love him, right?
true meaning,
Yeah.
then the meaninglessness becomes even more apparent. And I'm like, you're dweebs. You're like, it doesn't, you mean nothing in the scheme of things. And now I'm living for things that actually matter. And it's all been right here in front of me. It's like, what does the Bible tell you about family? It's like, then you're like, oh, wow, this book that they conveniently removed, the Department of Education did, one of the first moves that was done was the lawsuits that went through. And then suddenly you're like, no, don't teach the Bible. It's like this great book of wisdom. And it's just a beautiful thing. And I wish people could have that happiness and have that lightness in their step by knowing that like all of this means a lot, but also in the end, all of it is really meaningless. Like you are so small, and there's something that's so beautiful when you truly come to the understanding of just how small and insignificant you are. And
I agree. Again, as an atheist, I agree that when you can see the cosmic minuscule, the how small of a role on the cosmic scale that you actually play, I agree that you get these spiritually fulfilling understandings. You just don't need the Bible to do it.
No, that sounds like a great paradox. And
yeah, no, but it does, and it kind of is, but it weirdly also is not. And like, look, for me at least, like, so I was an atheist for many years.
Called it. I was an atheist for many years. And in those years, I definitely did, all the philosophical work to discover that actually I didn't believe in the things that I was told to believe. When people say, I was an atheist for many years, what you mean is that you stopped thinking about spirituality. That's what you did, Dave. You were a comic, and you were in Legion of Skanks, and I love it. I love it. You built an amazing career for yourself, but you were not thinking about the existence of God during those times. You just weren't talking to God or having a relationship with God or whatever it is, and then you call yourself an atheist. And that's not what that is. I mean, technically it is, but the militant atheist that you're talking about is the person who does not replace their religious values when they leave the church, or if they never were in the church to begin with. They don't create that moral structure. That is what we need. And, I started off saying, oh, everybody can just do their own thing. I did it. It's so easy. It's not that easy. And people aren't willing to do it. So again, what we need is to develop that structure. So when people say, oh, I don't believe in the Bible anymore, we're like, okay, you can decide to, whoa, need that pretty face and focus. We need we need you to follow these values if you want to be part of society. Okay, cool. Do you believe in that thing? No, that's cool. Do you believe in this thing? Yes, that's cool. Okay, as long as you aren't a shithead, as long as you believe in family, as long as you believe in community, as long as you believe in ritual and tradition, as long as you believe that merit it should be above everything, as long as you believe in capitalism, why the fuck does it matter what truth claims you believe in when there's an entire side of the aisle that wants a completely different society than you do? Guns and Cafe said, don't you find it interesting that the first history in the Bible about mankind is a murder? It is interesting, isn't it? It is. Shout out again to this guy. Oh, James said, all religion is the remnants of primitive man making up stories to quell the fear of death and mourn the loss of loved ones in a world Stuttering John couldn't understand. Well, shout out to Stuttering John, but I think even he, without knowing, I feel like even he would be able to pick up, don't be a shithead.
I found God, right. The thing is, like, because it's a weird, it's like,
I would argue, how would you know that? I don't know how old you are, but I've never lived in an America that's had unchecked capitalism. Now, I don't necessarily believe that a complete laissez-faire capitalism would be ideal, nor am I saying that it wouldn't, but I definitely don't know what it would be like, because all we have I'm 34. In my lifetime, all we've had is this crony capitalism, oligarchical mix of socialism and capitalism. So, I disagree. But hey, make your case. Make your case.
God, right. You know, the thing is, like, because it's not, it's a weird, it's like, no, when you find God, you realize you always kind of knew, so it's kind of a weird dynamic. But one of the things, at least for me personally, I'll say that really changed, that has enormously improved the quality of my life, is that I spend time almost every day. I want to say every day. I mean, I might miss a day here or there, but almost every day I spend time being really grateful.
Okay. And how much did you do that when you were an atheist? How much did you think about whether or not you were grateful when you were an atheist?
For what I have. And that was something I never even really thought to do.
Oh, so maybe it has nothing to do with the fucking atheism. Maybe it has to do with you thinking about gratitude. You don't need a God to be thankful. I mean, I don't know. Maybe some of you do. Maybe some of you do. But I certainly am very, very, very grateful for each and every one of you for being here. Whether you've given a super chat or you're just part of the chat or you're just watching, if you haven't said shit, I'm thankful for that. I am grateful for that. I don't believe that there's a God. Make that make sense. Judge said, I'm a 63-year-old American communist, and if you don't think you're living in unchecked capitalism right now, you're sadly under complete control of people who don't give a fuck about you. Well, I agree with the last part, but I still don't think that we have unchecked capitalism because there's lots of government regulation, and that's by definition not unchecked capitalism. That is highly overly checked capitalism. But to each their own.
Spend time being really grateful for what I have. And that was something I never even really thought to do before I had a relationship with God. Like, it was always just kind of like, well, I don't know, this is here. It's just here, and that's what we're doing. What would be fun? Okay, this would be fun to go do or whatever. And now I try at least once every single day to spend just like a few moments being so grateful.
Guess what, Dave? Dave? So do I. It's almost like you don't need a God belief to be a good person. It's almost like there's people who would otherwise be good people, but because they fall away from this fairy tale and we don't replace it with anything, that they just, as you said, make man or the materialism or the government or whatever else, they make that their religion. It's almost like if we had something else that we could slide in there when you're like, oh, you don't believe in God anymore? Yeah, no, me neither. You do believe in God? Great, awesome. Glad you're happy. But I don't. We don't over here. But we still want to be good people. Why can't we have that? So Mule asks if I am on Twitter and X at IndianJesus off, like official Indian Jesus off. You can find me there on Twitter and Instagram. Be warned, I do know, I know somebody from Shuli sent me a DM, but for whatever reason, they don't give me notifications on my phone for Instagram DMs. So Twitter is better, but I will definitely check that DM.
They're like, what an amazing gift this world is. I have so much. I have a great family. I love my career. I love, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, wow, I've got it really good right now. And I also recognize that could go away. It's a lot of this is out of my power, but hey, I'm so grateful that I have this all right now. And that makes you a much happier person, to be grateful for what you have. And then also there's things where it's like, look, even anybody who's got kids out there knows that there's just something about the joy your kid brings you is just you can't, it's just, you'll never get that out of yourself.
Yeah, you can't explain that. And I want everyone to be a parent because of that. Because I'm just you cannot explain the joy that children bring in your life. It's indescribable, even when they're driving you insane.
I'm very curious. It seems like some of you guys are older here. Let's ask, is life worth living if you don't have kids? Because I definitely have I definitely want a family and all that, but being 34 and single, and super short, not ideal dating circumstances. But I don't know if it might be that let's say this this channel blows up and I'm super busy with stuff to do and I don't have the time to foster a relationship, much less a family for a decent amount of time in the future. Is that a smart move? Is that a good way to go about things? Or is it that significant that I really should focus on that? I don't know. Let me know what you think.
Joy that children bring in your life. It's incredible. Even when they're driving you insane, like you're cracking up afterwards, you're speaking to husband, just like, what is he even like? Who's he listening to? Like, and then I'm like, he gets that from you. And he's like, he gets that from you, right? When he's being a perfect angel, he gets that from me.
I've had those conversations
right?
with my wife. Yeah.
And it's so beautiful. And I want people to be encouraged in that and to follow people that make you understand that. And I think, Dave, for whatever reason, like obviously you're one of the ones, that's how I say it. I'm a vibe person. People that listen to this podcast,
The
vibe. Don't roll your eyes, crew. And I just got a vibe from you. Like I credit to Skylar, because when you weren't on my radar, and Skylar, when we were back on the old show, was like, gotta give Skylar, listen to Dave Smith for a long time. Now this Skylar. I'm like, who's this Dave Smith? And like some clips were going viral, and then I started listening to stuff, and I was like, wow, okay, he's one of the ones, and people feel it. The vibey people out there. It's like Tucker Carlson. There's you. There's Joe Rogan, and I just feel like God is putting you in some position. And I also feel this way about Andrew Tate in a weird, people go, how could you think that? I don't know. I just feel like God gave him that platform, and now he's recognizing I have this huge platform and tons of young boys are listening to me.
That's a weird sentence. Judge Level said, one wife here, 0 kids, no mortgage, vacations every year. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. King Nirvana, you have got the permissions for the after party. You are good there. James Quinn said, over or below 5'3"? I am over 5'3". Let's go! 5'4" in the building, Short King. Let's go! Yeah, 5'4". 5'4", you know, a little bit shorter than your average woman. Christy said, looking forward to seeing you on TSN. You're gonna love it. I'm looking forward to it as well. I'm on cloud 9 right now. I'm on cloud 9 right now. I'm trying to be like a normal person, but it's the whole thing. We got Sizemore in the building. Welcome to the party. Say, glad you're still on. I was hoping I wouldn't miss you. Well, if it wasn't for the goddamn Shuli Network, shout out to the Shuli Network. If it wasn't for them, you would have. But the party rages on. The party rages on. I'm tall enough to ride. Oh, hey, Stuttering John's another Short King. Hey. I'm loving all the love. But if that's another Short King, me and Stuttering John, we might be on the same level. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna talk shit on my boy and my Short King dude until I meet the dude. Because short guys, you know, just like a lot of atheists can be shitty people. Short guys can have that Napoleon complex. So we'll meet them. We'll see what's good. But I'm a little bit more open to Stuttering John now. Shout out to James Quinn. And another super chat said, would you box an aging stutterer? If he's my size, yeah, why not? Hell yeah, I would. All right, let's dive back into this.
Putting you in some position, and I also feel this way about Andrew Tate in a weird, people go, how could you think that? I don't know. I just feel like God gave him that platform, and now he's recognizing I have this huge platform and tons of young boys are listening to me. What am I going to do with that? And everybody's walk up to that moment is complicated, but you're in this unique position. People are really starting to listen to you. And I know this is like a very heavy question, but how do you see what's happening right now? Like, how are you taking that, I guess, that responsibility? Like, are you I'm just going to commit myself to saying the truth and be bold in saying the truth and hope that that's enough? Or are you like working on some other stuff? You're working on a book. Like, I feel like a lot of the false idols are falling apart is what I mean when I say the scales falling people's eyes. And like, you're kind of one of the people that people are realizing is really authentic.
Well, I mean, I think you're really one of those people.
No, you.
But I think it's not. Well, I think like number one is kind of unlike what I was saying before. It's not lost on me how cool it is, what I get to do, and how kind of, you know, it's a big deal. It's a big deal to like have your voice heard by so many people and to always like treat that.
My office was rich mahogany.
With respect. And then my job, I feel like, is to really know my stuff and not, you know, because it's always like, we're all human beings, so we all have a tendency to like cut corners or like not. And you're like, no, I have to make sure I do my homework. I have to make sure I'm right, at least to the best of my ability. I'm correct about all this stuff. But like, as I was saying to you before, I think the way I look at it is like, so as you know, as people know, in September 2001, 9/11 happens.
You said you're on the edge. Do you want to learn and join the Dabbleverse? It will change your life. It's hard to say no to that. It's hard to say no to that. So there's the Dabbleverse. I now know TSN. This Skull. I gotta see what's good with Skull. And then we got our boy Short King, Stuttering John. May I be the superior Short King? I don't know. We will have to find out. Tune in next time on the Indian Jesus. Our God Daddy, Cody Brooks, said she doesn't understand Smith is a comic and knows only the way to prosper is to be yourself. What do you mean she doesn't understand that? I mean, I would disagree. I think she was just fired for being herself. So I think, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and disagree with you, God Daddy. Yeah. James said, I'm going to revisit. Great attitude. Yes, and yes, sir. Thank you very, very, very much. All of you guys. I
was saying to you before, I think the way I look at it is like, so as you know, as people know, in September 2001, 9/11 happens. In 2003, we invade Iraq. All of 2002.
Wait, what happened in September of 2001?
Was building the propaganda campaign to invade Iraq. The entire year. If you remember, if you're old enough to remember what that year was like, every single week, the New York Times and CNN and Fox News and every powerful person was making sure that everyone knew that obviously Saddam Hussein has nuclear weapons and he was clearly in on 9/11 and he's going to give one of these nukes off to Al-Qaeda, and then the next 9/11 is going to be a nuclear bomb dropping on America. So what are you? You know, what are you, a queer, or you want to go bomb Iraq? Those are your two options, right? Like, are you American?
What are you oh, we can't say that. But if you join the Discord, we definitely can.
America hating wimp, or do you want to go bomb Iraq? And
premise here. Nordic Born said skull means bowl in Nordic terms. It manifested to cheers. Skull or skull? Well, fuck. Skull. Oh, I'm empty. Wait. Hold on. We're gonna do this right. Skull. Can we do it like goal? Like the Mexicans on when they watch soccer. Goal. Skull. Does that work or no? Funkmaster General said, "Yeah, man, you got him beat. Stuttering John is a clown. Oh my God, the rivalry is building. It's the craziest plane crash you've ever seen." So Cody said she implied that he was faking it by asking who he'll be in the future. That's what I refer to. Fair enough. I missed this one though. What does it say? I have one kid. I have her up for adoption when she was a baby. She knows I'm her dad, and honestly, she does make life worth living, even with little contact. Yeah, man. I think I gotta find that lady and do the damn thing. Oh, I never take evil lightly. I'm just very strong in my own confidence.
Bomb Iraq. Those are your two options, right? Like, are you America hating wimp, or do you want to go bomb Iraq? And at the time, we had nothing like what we have right now. And I go, if they tried to do that again now we got Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, and literally the biggest shows in the world would all just be shredding that propaganda, just destroying it if they tried to do it now. And so, like, I think there's this crazy new thing that we have now where, and this is why I think part of why the elites are freaking out so much, why they freak out about you so much, is because it's like they feel they're losing control. And they're right. They've lost the monopoly on information, which is like a crazy thing to lose.
You're missing the lore, bro. Come on, you got to keep up.
And then to your question about me, I kind of see my role as being like, oh, well, I'm fortunate enough that I get to be one of the guys who's like on all of these shows and like being like, okay, so when I'm on them, my job is to like make the most overwhelming, compelling pitch of like, here's why this propaganda is all complete bullshit and why you should know that.
Oh, Candace. The whole thing, and she needs to at what 2 minutes at the end, she's got to blank out the bull. Beep. That's cute.
Like, here's why this propaganda is all complete bullshit, and why you should know that. So I feel like that's my role. I don't have any plans to write a book because I'm not a particularly good writer. I'm much better verbally than I am at writing. I've never been a very good writer.
Yo, I'll ghostwrite for you, bruh. You tell me what it is, and I'll put it down. Hey, we got VHS 201 in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party, sir. Good to see ya. He went nuclear with that one. Just outer space.
I'm much better verbally than I am at writing. I've never been a very good writer, and I just feel like there's great people who already do that. But just know, anyone out there, if I ever write a book, just know I didn't write that book. You should do a podcast
series. That's what you should do. A podcast series going like every war. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's what you're brilliant at. You're really brilliant at. Like when I was like, oh, I actually realized I know nothing about this issue.
Yeah, I would love that. If he did like, what's the guy's name? Dan something with Hardcore History, where he just like his pod. It's not like every week he does whatever he'll. And I wish I would have gotten into it. I just never found the time. But he'll make like, maybe like a 3-hour thing on one specific thing in history, and like, but he'll get way deep into it. And if he was to do that with wars, like, yeah, Dave knows war. And, because like I was talking about doing just like a very basic thing with like just the presidents themselves. Like, because after we do, we have our Philosophy Fridays, and then what did I just say today that we were going to replace with Philosophy Friday after we finish that? I don't know. When do you guys remember? Maybe after that we go through the presidents, and then he's doing war breakdowns. That Friday, how do we market that? War Friday, Devastation Fridays. Cody said if he ever writes a book, no, he didn't write the book. I love how he gets ahead of it. Smart. See? VHS said I once saw an 8-hour documentary on World War II, so I wouldn't mind. I said, shit, me too. All right, let's finish this up and head to that after party.
Yeah, well,
because that's what you're brilliant at. You're really brilliant at. Like when I was like, oh, I actually realized I know nothing about this issue. You're able to just kind of break it down in layman terms. I think that really is your gift. Like when you were debating Ami, you're like, okay, let's just pause for a second. Let me break down what's actually what he's saying and apply it to something else. And I think that is what's missing, is that so much of history has been wiped. I don't remember that year because I was so young when 9/11 happened. We need to start going backwards and slowing down history. And I think like doing the history of war with like, that's like a easy series that you should be doing. I'm like giving you homework here, but first of all, I just want to say thank you for coming back. I would have you every day. If you lived here, I would quite literally be like, we're doing a podcast together, and you don't get any say in this. On top of this, you're also a comedian that's on tour. I'm actually gonna be able to watch you very shortly. So please tell everyone where they can find you and where they can support you, because I know that this will motivate people to go watch and listen to everything that you do.
Oh, well, thank you so much. ComicDaveSmith.com has all like my tour dates. If you want to come see a show, I'm touring all over the place for the rest of the year. And then my podcast is Part of the Problem, and partoftheproblem.com as well.
Definitely a good podcast. If you are not following Dave Smith, you absolutely should. Again, if you want to watch we did skip a bit, significant portion of that conversation. The link is, of course, in the description if you want to check it out. And of course, that would be without my brilliant commentary, but it is there. Cody said Dave knows Middle Eastern history and war like no other. Doesn't support Israel blindly, and he looks at life in a realism aspect. He'd make an excellent historian podcaster. Great. Nick said, "Skull to all you people." I said, shit, me too. I think most of them are gone, but that's all right. And VHS closing us out said 9/11 can be tracked all the way back to 63 with the Northwoods files. Never a surprise that there is bullshit and lies in our ranks. Always. Shout out to Bowers from all the way from England. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are just about, well, thank you. I very much appreciate that. We are just about to close down and head over to the free Discord server if you want to come over and hang out, Bowers. Nick, if you could drop that link one more time. And of course, we are also headed to the after party, which is for members of this channel only. So we do have the link pinned to join. It starts at just $2.99 a month. That gives you 12 after parties and more. It is, so the free is just chat, but if you are a member, then we are headed to the voice channel to hang out and talk. So come on through. There it is to join as a member, and the link to join the server, whether you are a member or not. Again, absolutely free to join. Absolutely free to join. Just the members get the access to the after party. The Shuli Network. The Shuli motherfucking network. God damn. This is how you bless a man. This is how you bless a man. I am at a loss for words. I don't know who or why, but thank you all. Thank you all so very, very, very much. It means the world to me. And again, I want to highlight that, yeah, of course, I need money to live and eat and this and that and whatever. I need money to do the same things that everybody does in their life. But my purpose in sitting behind this camera is not to just dance around for you, because I know that some of you will give me money. The purpose is to bring you guys into that Discord server and make sure that we can build a coalition of people, even if they don't think the same things, think the same way. That we should be able to communicate with each other. That we should be able to solve our problems by being better than other people in our ideas. It's not complicated. It's very straightforward. But we just have to be committed. I know so many of you who are, and I guarantee you that I am. So, again, if you're new here, if this is your first time here, make sure you hit that subscribe. Make sure you ring the bell. We're live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. And just like right now, I might be live, just pop out of nowhere. You don't want to miss that. And definitely the Discord, you will not miss anything. And yes, Sizemore says, the enemy of my enemy, the devil, you know. So thank you to all of you awesome people. Indeed, you are amazing. Oh, we got a new Trump ad. That's going to start the after party. Let's do it. Thank you again so very, very much to the Shuli Network. Again, I don't have the words. I don't have the words. You guys are amazing. You are amazing. And I cannot wait to communicate with you and see where this goes. So thank you again. Once again, this little guy is Morty, my co-host, and I have been your host, aka Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, I am out of here. Peace.